Armand, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, I think I'm gonna get something to drink and then we can start. So this is currently where we're at. Debugging this stuff. This is a debug panic. Well, yeah. So uh yeah, let's get started. I'll be right back. Uh Nalti? Hello, Nalti. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good time. It's the middle of summer. Probably should be outside having fun. Getting in some vitamin D. Not watching Twitch. But, I mean, it's not like I can judge. Middle of summer plus 1 month. Yeah, well, roughly speaking. Too hot outside? Today here, it's pretty nice. I have my windows open and that's enough, like, airflow. There's a little bit of wind and that's enough airflow to be comfortable. Okay, so we have a couple more somewhat boring tasks ahead of us, but they will unlock some good shit. So the idea is that we want to have the ability in the static site generator to navigate pages and get everything from other pages, about other pages, all the information that we want. So yeah, let's go do that. Let us go do that. I was here. I had some print debugging going on. Where did I put that? That was in cache 641. Yeah. So I was trying to get some prints going on because I was starting to understand how certain stuff was working, but we figured it out. We solved it. So now this is fine. I think that now if we make this run, it should, I don't know if run to completion, but at least get further ahead. Let's see what happened. There we go. Failed to find a parent section match for a page. Section path. Zcash Zine SS. That is correct, I think. But the file contents are not correct, I think. Oh, that is because we prefix these guys by... Wait, why does this guy even exist then? I'm not sure. This guy shouldn't even exist now that I think about it. No, we're missing somewhere the language code. Where are we missing the language code? We're missing the language code. I think here? Here, I think we're missing the language code. Oh, now we succeeded. Okay. So that's a win. Sorry, it's not immediately obvious that what happened, like what did they fix? But the problem is that that website isn't really using this feature much. So like we're just succeeding at the general point of making this stuff happen. Um, so yeah. Okay, what do we want to do next? Next is have the ability to reach into a page's content assets from a different page. What does that entail? That entails basically grabbing the asset from that other page, then grabbing the asset from that other page, then producing a link, but the link is going to be a page asset is a relative link. So then we want to link to the page itself, and then we want to concatenate these two things. The problem is that right now, page page.link is not particularly interesting. Like it's not aware of what's going on. Let's go take a look at the code of page.link. It's not aware of the context in which we are linking. It's just page.link, return the URL of the target page. This is also not fully implemented. This is not fully complete. Fuck. Okay, that's one thing. That is one thing. This has a to-do in it. Let's make it explicit. And I think the same applies to asset. Yeah, the same applies to assets. Hello. Also, why is this page so zoom out? Let's zoom in. So yeah. Okay, the idea is we grab an asset, it's a page asset. We're about to return the URL, but if the page that the asset belongs to is different than the page, than the root page, we need to link it differently. Hey, Tom Marks and Talks Code. Hello. Welcome. Welcome everybody from the raid. How's it going? So we are working on a open source static site generator, and I'm implementing the how's the lack of decent tooling going? I don't know. That's the state of computing that we're in. Like maybe we don't realize it, but it's just like we just happen to be in the middle ages of software development. We just don't think of it that way usually. But then once you realize that, then everything clicks into place, and you realize, oh yeah, that's exactly where we are. I've just rated from a Rust stream. Nice. What did you guys work on? The cargo fans are coming. Wait, is it when you say cargo fans? Do you mean like as in specifically cargo, as in I don't know, like people who really love depending on having a ton of dependencies, or was that just like there was a rhetorical figure? What's the term for it? Fuck, I don't remember. Or we're using cargo just to say, okay, fans of Rust tooling. Yeah, there's a name for that figure of speech. I forget what's called. I think I know it in Italian. I bet you it's the same fucking word. Yeah, it's the same fucking word. Of course. Let's see. A figure of speech in which a party is made to represent the whole or vice versa. As in England lost by 6 wickets, meaning the English cricket team. In any case, yeah. Fans of Rust tooling. Oh, well, if you're if the point about like lack of tooling was referring to like package management stuff, we do have that in Zig. So I'm depending on stuff myself. Not too much, but that's because I want to write things myself. And I'm opinionated, and I don't know. Yeah, I just have opinions, and I want things to work the way I want them to work, not the way somebody one time spent some effort, make work, and then at some point went to do afterwards, and now everybody else is accepting to use things that way because that's what's already available, and they don't put that into question. So yeah, support host URL overrides. We don't do that. So we need to go into the code, which is in cache, that finds assets. And I guess an asset should remember if it belongs to a page, so that then when we generate an URL for it, we know. So let's make it so. An asset also has knowledge if it belongs to a page. I didn't say you didn't have it, just that it was under development mostly because Zig is changing a lot. Honestly, there are a lot of things that are pretty decent as they are right now, even though they're not perfect. Like the package manager, it's not fully complete, but I can depend on things and I can do everything that I need to. I have not found a blocker in, I don't know, ages. The language server, not complete either, but I can go to definition, I can jump back and forth, it can run a build step on save, so I can get full diagnostics. It's a pretty decent experience. Like it's totally workable. Is it peak polish? Nah, not yet, not even remotely. But yeah, you can make do. And yeah. The thing that I think is the worst right now is the fact that the three-seater grammar is slowly drifting out of sync with the main language, because the person who maintains the three-seater grammar that everybody uses just isn't merging PRs, hasn't been merging PRs for a while. And it's unfortunate, but life happens. And so either somebody else has to take on the mantle of maintaining a three-seater grammar, or I don't know, we just have to hope that the guy comes back at some point. It's not huge. It's like very minor things, but it is annoying. And ultimately, it's three-seater, so it basically only influences syntax highlighting. But you can occasionally notice that there are like these corner cases where the syntax highlighting is doing the wrong thing, and it's annoying. My chat is always annoyed that I don't use LSP, so maybe I should just swap to Zig. I personally think that LSP is great. So, well, okay. As part of the work for my static site generator, I've written like 3 fucking language servers. No joke. So I have my own templating language called Super HTML. And basically, instead of being like Jinja and Handlebars, Mustache, all those languages, it's basically a superset of HTML. So you have custom attributes. Yeah, you have special attributes that have semantic meaning for the static site generator, well, for the templating language. So for example, here, this if attribute gets evaluated, and depending on the resulting Boolean, we either render the body or we don't of this element. Loops, other stuff. And yeah, and I wrote an LSP for it. So if you go in here, this is an instance of my super HTML templating language. It has an extend tag. It has a couple special things. So for example, here, if I put another attribute, it tells me, it knows that there shouldn't be extra attributes into extend. It knows all the special rules for SHTML files, but it also can work as a normal HTML LSP, like, because again, it's a superset. So I have an HTML parser, and then I have extra logic built on top of it when you are inside a templating, a super HTML template. And so it can do like cool stuff like, check this out, duplicate attribute name. You can't have duplicate attributes. It knows it, and it tells you. What's bonkers is that, talking about like lack of good tooling, open VS Code right now, or open Vim right now. If you have an HTML LSP configured in Vim, or the default configuration that you get out of the box from VS Code, you don't get those diagnostics. The thing doesn't tell you when you write wrong HTML. It's mind-blowing. So I guess I'm going to plug my project, but if you get this, if you get my Super HTML CLI tool, well, LSP, you can get these diagnostics. There's also VS Code extension. As you can see, it has a whopping 36 installs. It's all very new, but it's kind of but it works. It gives you diagnostics. It also can do this. You see how I have these attributes aligned vertically, right? This is something that it's auto-formatting from my LSP. When normally they're aligned horizontally, I have also line wrapping in my editor. But when you put a space between the last attribute and the diamond and the closing diamond bracket, and you save, format on save will align your attributes vertically. And so you can use basically adding and removing that space as a form of negotiation. Like, you can instruct the auto formatter what you want it to do that way. Helix all the way. Oh, that's Helix. I use Helix. That's my main editor, and it works there. So yeah, it's an LSP, so it works on everything that supports LSPs. But in any case, but if you like, but that makes a lot of sense for static sites. Yeah. Sorry, I guess my point was, with regards to LSPs, that, okay, so setting aside, so I wanted to say that the protocol is shit. There's a ton of problems with LSPs. I don't like it at its core, but as having like lightweight use of these things, it's not bad. Go to definition is great. Like the ability to do GD and it gets you to where the thing is defined and then go back. It's awesome. Go to references, also pretty decent. So you can see all references of one thing. Go to references, go to definition, and obviously diagnostics in the editor. I think these 3 things are pretty neat. Honestly, everything else the LSPs provide can be useful, but I think it's like diminishing returns. It's like a logarithmic curve. These 3 features that I mentioned, diagnostics, go to definition, go to references, it's like these three things represent the initial part of your logarithmic curve. What do you think of ziglist.org? I think it has the potential to be the ideal non-centralized Zig package database. What was the last one before this one? There was another one that was very recent as well. That had a ton of people comment. Zig3, yeah. I mean, here's the question. What's the difference between Zig3 and Ziglist? Except, obviously, the UI. Is this sending me to GitHub? I should have checked the link. No, it sends me to a page. Okay. With this. Hello, Chucky. Well, you know what? Okay, so here's my take. I find this very aesthetically pleasing. I see my project. Is your project listed here? Oh, progress. Ziglist has a downloadable SQLite of all the data. I see. So I think we are kind of at a point where we might want to start having a website that lists all the package listing websites. Here's what I think. I think that there is a reason why people keep making these things and not one really sticks. Because there were some before these ones, right? I don't know if you remember, there was Astrolabe, I think. The website hasn't even been renewed. This one was from Matt Knight. There was one from Felix Quaisner. There were a few. There were quite a few. So there's a reason why these things don't stick. What the reason is, I don't know for sure. I think that there are two forces at odds here. One is that people want the feeling that there is a comprehensive place. Well, that's why I think Ziglist is interesting. It's automated. Same is with Zig3. Zig3 scrapes GitHub for the zig-package tag. This one also does the same. So, as I was saying, I think there are two forces at odds here. One is that people want the feeling of, they want a single place where they get a feeling that they have a full comprehensive list of everything that is available. Zig3 only has 400 packages. I think it's manual. No, I am fairly confident that it is not manual because I've seen these discussions. How to add your Zig library to Zig3? On the main page of your Zig repository, click on the cogwheel icon on the right of the screen. You will see an action. It wants a Zig package. I suspect that Zig3 grabs Zig package, while Ziglist grabs everything that has Zig in it as a tag. Or, yeah, this has Zig as a tag. $2,226. Ziglist has things that only have a build Zig file too. So I think that the discovery either comes from the Zig tag or it comes from checking maybe the language, or if the thing has a build.zig file in it, maybe. I don't know if you can even search for that. In any case, both are automated. Maybe one better than the other. I don't know, but I haven't been here in a few days. Hello, working on course preps for the fall. What were your thoughts on Typist? I think the Typist is interesting, and for now the plan is to have PDF generation through Typist. How exactly that would look like, I'm not sure yet, because the exact approach that I've been taking for HTML has been to write an HTML parser, extend HTML slightly with scripty logic, and then generate templated HTML by executing the scripty logic. With Typist, following the same exact approach would mean writing a Typist parser, extending it with scripty, and then generating templated Typist files. But I'm not sure that is the best way. That is certainly one way to make it happen. I would have to look at the syntax more, but the fact that it's more, how can I say, the fact that the Typist already has scripting and it's like a more full-fledged thing that doesn't even suck to write. Like, it sucks to write HTML. So that's why the templating stuff works. But with Typist, basically, I think your main concern would be that you want to keep your markdown files as your source of truth. That would be your main concern. Like, you wouldn't want to hard code content into your Typist templates because you want to keep it in sync with your, again, main use case in mind. You want to write a book and you want to export the book both as a website and as a PDF. So for that reason, you want your source of truth for the content to be in Markdown files so that, you need to change a typo, fix a typo, make changes, whatever it is on your revision. You change the Markdown content, you build the website, it's updated. You build the PDF, it's updated. They are both perfectly in sync all the time. But then how you access the Markdown data from Typist, maybe it could even look like a set of utility scripts that you can access from Typist. That allow you to fetch the data. So I honestly don't have a concrete answer yet because I understand that the problem space for Typist is slightly different. Well, more than slightly. It's very different than the situation than HTML. So I don't know what the correct approach is going to be. But I do think that for now, it seems to be the best tool for creating PDFs. Which is honestly so disappointing because HTML, in theory, should be able to do that just as well. It's just that, in my experience, it doesn't even take that long to get into limits. Like to stumble upon some stupid limitation of HTML. Or not just like an inherent limitation, something more like a bug. A bug in one of the things that render HTML. Anyway. Oh, yeah, there was another request, Chucky, that you might be interested in, where somebody was asking if it would be possible to have Zine generate a PDF version of a CV. And I think that's another interesting use case that would be nice to support. Data loading. Yeah, it is slightly more complicated, though. So I haven't seen all these specific details, but the thing is, it would have to be some kind of interaction between Zine and Typist, like an active interaction, not just a passive export data, import data, because you need to be able to get build errors from Typist. Like the one core point of Zine is that if you write something wrong, you get a build error. You reference a page that doesn't exist, you need to be able to get a build error. And I think that some of this stuff might be a little bit awkward to express as just a export import of stuff. Also because some of these things are computed on demand and not computed unconditionally. So there would have to be a way for for typists to cause things to happen. Maybe not. I really need. This are just general suspicions that I have. I would really need to sit down and do the work to really be able to give a good answer. But I'm sure that one way or another we're gonna be able to make it work. Yeah, those are coming. I'm almost done with this current set of things. So let me actually implement this last thing that I want to implement now. And here's what I'll do. I'll push on a branch, and you can basically Zig fetch that branch and stay on that branch for a while more. Okay, we were saying that we want assets. We want assets to know when they belong to a page. And basically, it's in the case where we're doing site page, blah, blah, blah. Switch kind. Page asset. Wait, is it page asset or just page? I don't remember if these things. No, for here it's just page. Okay. Okay, so if we're in a page asset, we remember that we belong to a page. And then in asset collector, which is the thing that gives us a link to the asset in the end. And for page, it just links it locally. For site, it gives us an absolute link. For Billy, gives us an absolute link. Now this has to change. Nice. Page. Do we need to capture something? Asset kind union. We do have an asset kind union in here. When calling collect. Oh, we did remember that we came from a page. Never mind. We knew that already. Haha, we already knew that. We already knew that in kind. Okay, I thought that thing was awkwardly being reconstructed, but it's not. It does remember the original page. That's beautiful. Okay, so in page, we capture the page. And then we need to be able to ask a question. Are we rendering this thing from the same page? Or are we rendering this from another page? So the question of what are we rendering from is answered by which page is the root page. And I think that right now we don't have a way of getting the root page. I think that right now we don't have to get the root page. Sites, pages, map, var, root. Root page is root page. Here's what we do. If is root page. And then we need a function to get the root page. Permalink is deprecated, but it's still in the scripty reference. Yeah, the scripty reference is not updated right now because I want to move it to a new way of generating it, and I'm still in the middle of it. I'm sorry. It's part of the set of changes. But it should tell you that you should use link, does it not? Like when you actually get the error, not the scripty reference. Okay, so we have get root page, and then we need to wire this to context. Page get root. Yeah, context has a weird convention for naming things, but it's fine. Is the music auto-generated? Bunch of fathoms. You're asking... You're saying things... You don't know what you're saying. This is music. This is all music from Zelda. Learning Zig now, quick question. Best resource to easily understand allocators for file I/O. Allocators for file I/O. Big Kano. Can you be more specific what you mean with allocators for file I/O? I can tell you that at a surface level, it's a bit of a non sequitur to say allocators for file I/O. But maybe you just phrased it in a particular way and you meant something more specific. That's why I'm asking you for clarifications. But I think I do have, in any case. So try to explain a little bit better what you mean. If it is what I think it is, what I think you're meaning, then I'll be able to give you some pointers for sure. I mean, otherwise we figure out what's your use case. Now we have page get root. And now we have page get root in cache. Actually, wait a second. I wired it to context, but we don't even care to be able to do that in from context. You know what? It's useful, so it's fine to export that. That was actually mainly for our own utility in here, now that I think about it. Because here, what we want to do is root needs to be pages.get root page. If root equals p, if they are the same page, we can do pointer equivalence because we have stable pointers. And we can say these. Ref is fine. Otherwise, we need to build a more complex link. I was doing the Advent of Code 23 using Zig, and I tried looking at some examples for reading files for test cases. The info I was getting was rather confusing. Okay, thank you. The specific use case helps a lot. So when you want to access a file, you have you have several options. I'll tell you the first one, which is definitely the best choice for Advent of Code, but not for general purpose situations. So it's a specific tool, but it just happens to work perfectly for Advent of Code. You can do this. You can do embed file. at embed file will take a file and at compile time read it and load it into memory. So when you embed file into a program, that the bytes inside that file will be basically become part of the executable and will be always available to you. So here's a couple use cases. I don't know. You have, I don't know, you're making it like some web server thing and there's like a static page that you want to show and it's always the same. A 404 page, for example. So you're reading a web server and there's the 404 page. You can embed file that page and serve it from memory every single time. I don't know, an SSL certificate of some kind, maybe an image. You have some kind of graphic that you want to keep into the executable because you don't want to load on disk from disk every time you boot up the program, maybe a game. You can embed file it. Obviously, there are limits because embed file requires you to know at compile time what the path is going to be, so it cannot be dynamic anymore at that point. And you don't always want to stuff into the executable any kind of arbitrary asset. So some things shouldn't be in the executable, so you shouldn't embed file them. So that's one. Embed a font. That's another good one. So that's one. When reading files, your starting point is always this. Your starting point is stdfs.cwd. This gives you a handle to the current directory, and from a directory instance, you can do open file, and it opens the file. But Zig also has some utilities. Well, once you open a file, then of course you can read the file in a variety of ways. You can seek around. You can do all this normal shit that you can do on a file. But if you want a shortcut for that, there's also read file. Read file reads a file into a buffer. This has the downside that the buffer is of a fixed size. So either your file fits into the buffer, or well, you get an error and it's not like able to dynamically grow the buffer to make space for the file. So this is useful for files that have that are expected to have a fixed size. Like how the file is expected to be if the file is well formed. So think of it as maybe files that are like used internally by your application that you still need to load at runtime, but they are not something that the user has direct control over, because obviously your users will do all kinds of weird shit. Another one is read file alloc. And read file alloc, guess what? Takes in an allocator and it returns a slice. So basically read file alloc takes in an allocator and heap allocate, or well, uses the allocator to allocate all the necessary memory to read the entire file all at once. If you go to definition on one of these bad boys, you get yourself inside of there. And one thing that you can do is search for pub function. And actually, even better, you can do anchor pub function, and it tells you all the things that you can do. So let's start from the beginning. You can iterate on a directory. You can walk a directory. It's like iteration, but recursive. Close a directory, open file. That's what we saw earlier. Open file Z for when the path parameter is not terminated. W, that's the Windows specific one. Create file Z, make directory, make path, make open path, real path. Don't use real path. Real path Z, don't use real path Z. Real path W, do not use real path W. Real path alloc, don't use that one either. Set as current working directory, open directory, delete file, rename, symlink, read link, read file alloc. There we go. Read file alloc, and read file alloc options. So if you need some extra options when reading a file, you can, with an allocator, you can also do that. These are, I believe, all the utilities that you get from there. So read file and read file alloc are the main ones. But again, you can always open a file and then read the file, for example, line by line. Obviously, the more fine-grained, more precise way of reading a file is always available to you. These are just like convenience. I said utility earlier. I should have said convenience. These are convenience functions for you. It allows you to set alignment so you can custom file content to your structure with no problem. Nice. Yeah. Okay. One last thing. If you're reading a file in a more fine-grained way, you probably want to look into buffer reading. Because you don't want to issue a syscall every time you read something from a file, so check out this blog post. Yep, I'm using Helix. Okay, so if the root page is different than the page that this asset comes from, then what we want to do is grab a link to the page. We could actually ask the page itself and then path join them. Rec BLK with SD, FS, path, join. So we want to end with ref. But before that, we want p.link. No, we can't even do p.link, can we? Well, we can, but the problem is that that link routine is going to be wrong. Well, until we fix that one. Once we fix it in there, once we implement that to do in there, then it's going to be correct. Okay, I like this. So context dot page built-in dot link dot call wants the page, wants GPA, and we give it an empty list of values. We try this. We need to do this outside. So this gives us a page link, and here we have to do page link dot string, I think. Because the problem is that this guy can error out. Yeah, to do superhost URL overrides. Oh, we can actually assert that this is gonna not error out because it only errors out like if you pass in wrong shit. Everything else is fine. Okay, so with this we should be able to link correctly to assets that belong to other pages. This is pretty dope. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we did it. We did the first one. That's it. Fix compile errors. What's your problem? Context the page. Okay, do we build? We should build because we're not even, like, if we compile, we're not really exercising these things anyway. So this should succeed. And it does. There's just a ton of debug, printing spam. Also content. Let's move some printing from content. Is it in right index that we were printing a bunch? Yeah. Here. No, that wasn't this one. It's in the area, but it wasn't that one. Here we go. I think there's another one though. Oh, never mind. That was the only one. Okay, so it works. Next is refactor some scripty logic and port more of the websites. Let me think about the scripty logic. This list of Zelda songs is just a little bit too thorough. Oh, it also, of course, I tab into it and it sends me back. I doubt that those are the best viewers, honestly. Sends me back here, man. Zelda anniversary. Giving the anniversary orchestra stuff. Yeah. With me. Yeah. So there could be some cool refactoring work to do with Scripty. Alternatively, we could port more of ziglang.org. You know what? Let's do the porting of Ziglang. And we port now the downloads page. Here's what's interesting about the downloads page. The downloads page is not a normal content page on ziglang.org. It's instead, do I have even a page for ziglang.org? Not anymore, huh? Instead, the downloads page is generated programmatically from a JSON file. So the question is, will our heroes be able to generate, using Scripty, this page programmatically? Man, that music is absolutely on point. By the way, people on YouTube, if you're not hearing the music, guess what? It's because I don't want to get copyright struck. I don't want to get copyright struck on YouTube, so the music audio channel is turned off for you. If you want to hear the music, come to Twitch. Or, you know what? Vice versa. If you're on Twitch and you're thinking, man, I hate this uplifting music. I want to feel depressed. Or alternatively, you love the sound of my voice. Like you're thinking, man, this voice is so sexy. I wish I could hear this guy even better. And this weird music in the background is annoying. It's like stealing frequencies from my ears. Go to YouTube, and then you will hear my voice fully isolated. Okay, let's get the downloads page going then. This is going to be interesting. So, what's our stating content? 3 content. We do have download.md. But download.md is that shouldn't contain too much stuff. It should contain, well, there is some text in this page. So the text part, like this part, should be in the markdown file. Yeah. Is this an H1 or an H2? This is an H1. Interesting. It's kind of small for an H1. Oh well. Okay, download page. You know what? Maybe we can even copy this. Oops. Can you actually see this? Oh, we have the problem that stuff crashes a lot, unfortunately. This dev server really needs some love. Although I think that once we get to a page that doesn't have that many assets, we should do better. Like we should be in a better position. Okay, there we go. This is a little bit too big. Like, what the fuck? We're missing a container around releases. Okay, so this template is missing a container. That's the page template? What's going on, man? Div ID content, var page content. Why does Index do that correctly? Heading off for the night. Good luck with Zine. Thank you, Chuki. I'm very close to publishing this stuff. Sorry for the delay, but it's coming. It's coming. So who knows? No promises, but maybe tomorrow when you wake up, it's gonna be fine. So have a good night. So Index has content. Do we not have content in here? We do have content in here. Why are we this gigantic? Oh, because we're not inside the container. Well, that's the problem. Pages need to have a container element. There we go. Does it have any other classes that we might want to copy? Text align, center padding, top. Maybe not. Container is, I guess, the core of what we need. Okay, so download.md looks nice. Let's do the Italian version. Okay, so television translated. Oh, I knew it. We do still have some prints. No. Those in cache? Oh, they are. Okay, I think we should be good now. Okay, so content part done. Great. Next is the programmatic part. Now, how do we do the programmatic part? Well, the answer is that this cannot be just page. This needs to be downloads. Download.html. And yeah, layout download.html doesn't exist. It's basically page as a starting point. There we go. But the difference is that it also has the juicy JSON looping content. Now, let's see. How do we do this? We need access to the JSON file. Do we have access to the JSON file? Question number 1. Assets has a bunch of things. It has sponsors. It has a ton of Zig code. It has a bunch of logos and shit. But we don't have the download stuff. Where is this now? Is it in static? No, it's in data. Yeah, data. Okay, now we have it. Releases.json. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay. So we want a div. And we want the context to be site.assets .asset releases.json. And what do we do with this? So there's master. There's a bunch of keys. I guess as a starting point, we would like to list the keys. So we would like to do .ziggy. We load it as data. And then we would like to do this. We like to loop over the keys. And then do print the key. We don't really want to just to iterate only on the keys. We kind of want key values. So we want to like iterate. We want to iterate. But we want to iterate the keys because we want to iterate something that is not a array. Although, it's a good name for iterating on a key value mapping. Iter keys. KVs. 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 I'll say iterate for now. So iterate this, and we have .key and .value basically. And we should be able to print key as a starting point. So we want to make this work. This does not work right now, though. Because iterate doesn't exist. Everything else should work, but iterate should fail. Yeah. Built-in not found. So let's go give iterate to Ziggy stuff. Where are the built-ins for dynamic? Oh, they're in here. Okay. So we have get, we have, well, we just have a bunch of gets for now. Okay, let's add iterate, which I want to be probably something that comes from this guy. Okay, iterate params, no params actually. Return. Return should be like a key value pair. We need also to create the concept of a key value pair. Okay. When called iterates over key value pairs of a Ziggy struct or map. Oops. Right, in strings it doesn't recognize parentheses. That always trips me. Is dynamic different than .kv? Return get on a non-map dynamic value. This I think this needs to be more complicated because kv is fine. Oh, well, no, you know what? Actually, for a dynamic value, since we load this stuff as a dynamic value, everything is a kv for us. So, yeah. Key value pairs of a Ziggy map. And now, what's fields? String array hash map unmanaged. Okay, we need to create an iterator for this guy, basically. So we can, let's kill all this stuff because it's not interesting. Basically, we want to return an iterator. Let's go define it. I wish I could just create a slice iterator for this. Is a slice iterator going to be good enough? Okay, give me a sec, because we want to see what this is. We want to see... This is going to be this. String array hash map and managed, which is an array hash map and managed. Promote init the init. Keys, values, iterator. God damn it. I mean, that's fine. I was just hoping that I could get everything, how can I say, to glue together automatically without me having to write any code. But guess what? We gotta write our code. Okay. So translation iterator. That's gonna be another KV iterator, I guess, or map iterator. Index. String array hash map context.value. Is it a context.value? It is not a context.value. It's a Ziggy dot. It's a Ziggy dot what? Ziggy dot dynamic dot value. Dot iterator. Yep. Okay. Just give me the iterator, I guess, at this point. Just give me the iterator and I'm gonna be good. Okay, next. Oh, this returns a page. This does not return a page. This returns an optional value? Yeah. So value from GPA it.next. Also, I have to try. Next can error out. Wait, what? Well, it wants a GPA, so why does it allocate for next? I don't get it. Wait, I'm looking at wait. Oh, it's not it.next. It's it._it.next. Yeah, and this guy just returns an optional. And we assert its presence because we're keeping track of the iteration variable ourselves. Regardless. Okay, so this should be fine. In theory, assuming that this guy produces what we expect. Let's take a look at value from. Do you have a good thing for a dynamic value? Yeah, it creates a dot dynamic. No. Oh no, this is wrong. This is wrong. Oh god. Okay. This is wrong. Okay, so what can value be? So if it's a .kv, we return a .dynamic of value. If it's a .string, for example, is there a .string? Does it exist? Can we look at these guys? Okay, these are the possibilities. Okay. KV, that's fine. Tag, that's just a complicated string. Wait, it can only be tag? Oh, the other one is bytes. Okay, so bytes. What about now? Null is a problem because we could totally turn it into an optional. We could definitely turn it into a optional null value. Yeah, null is problematic for now. So let's do this. Okay, this should have solved, I think, our main problem. Okay, so now we have a map iterator. So we can iterate everything is string, everything is pages, and non-alternative, everything is a map AV. Oh. Oh yeah, there's also this problem where yeah, no, this is like this is the Ziggy value. This is the scripty value. God damn it, these fucking bots, man. And then we need to return. We don't return a value. We return a KV pay, a KV a map KV. Also, this does not return. This does not. This is not just this. This is gonna be something like value. So this is gonna be Ziggy value.key or something. Actually, yeah, this is you know what, LM. Yeah, element value, element key value equals script value. Yeah, something along those lines. That's how it needs to be. This is an entry. Entry has key pointer and value pointer. God damn it, man. Okay. So let's define KV. Where should we define KV? Probably next to the corresponding iterator. The struct contains key, consuate, value. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Can the value be a full-fledged value? It actually can't, can it? This is the problem of creating iterators that are like overly generic. It can only contain a value as a pointer. It can contain a pointer to a value. God damn it. That means that... What does that even mean, man? Well, okay, let's try to write value in here and let's see what happens. let's see what happens if we do this. So it means that KV here becomes a thing, unless... Wait a second. Unless... Unless we make those not fields, but... Unless we make those not fields, but methods, we make a value method. And the value method give us the value. Yeah, that works. So it means that they are like this. So this is like this. Blackwell baby, do you have any suggestions on how to get into dev tooling? You mean as in making dev tooling? Well, let me ask you a question. Why are you interested in making dev tooling? Like, I'm guessing the fact that you are looking for pointers on how to get into means that you have a generic interest. But at the same time, you don't have any concrete thing on your hands that you want to make. Because if you had one, then the answer would be just, well, go do that one thing. I think the issue is that I'm tired of doing web dev stuff, and tooling seems really interesting on the other hand, but I don't have any concrete exposure to it. So I just wanted to know if you have some ideas on how to get started. I appreciate your response. Personally, I think that if you're tired of web dev and want to move away from it, probably the most effective thing that you can do is to apply for job positions where you work on stuff that isn't web. That is probably the thing that will be the most effective. You want to learn how do I don't know, lose weight most effectively. There's plenty of ways that you can do that. But, dieting is one way that works probably more effective than everything else. I mean, ultimately, it's a calorie intake versus calorie burn, right, equation. But looking at your diet is probably one effective way of losing weight, and which is not easy. It's complicated because a lot of things end up influencing your diet. But when it comes to what allows you to spend the majority of your, like the highest amount of time working on something that you like, is to find a job that allows you to do that. Now, just like changing diets is not trivial, changing job is not also trivial. It's not trivial either, especially because if you want to find a job to do something that you want to do but that you haven't done, then you don't have all the qualifications to be able to do that as a super senior position. So I guess, to be more precise, my advice would be apply for junior-ish positions doing the stuff that you find more interesting. That's probably the best way. As a different answer, so, okay, setting aside the job stuff, if you want to get into dev tooling as a hobby, maybe with the idea of, I want to eventually maybe change job, but right now I first want to level up and then find a job later, I would argue that that is not necessary. That probably, maybe you're not doing a junior dev position. So you would be, in a sense, like kind of downgrading, going back to a more junior position. But chances are that downgrading like tomorrow, to a new job position where you do 8 hours a day of the thing that you like, it might be that 1 year from now, you're already ramped up back to where you were, maybe past where you were, in a faster way than instead not letting go of where you are right now in your job position and then doing these things on the side. Like, it might be that it's ultimately even actually faster to go the junior dev path rather than staying where you are, doing other things on the side. Keep that in mind. That said, you do want to do things on the side, maybe because, there's also other concerns like job stability. You like the job that you have for everything except the fact that you're doing web dev, so you don't want to lose it that easily. Fine. In that case, then clearly the core point is you need to find a use case that you understand and that then you are opinionated about. In my case, I never wanted to do any of this shit. I honestly don't love doing dev tooling. I mean, I don't hate it either. I'm having fun working on my static site generator, but it wasn't, my calling. That said, I use this stuff, and some things drove me nuts. I hated doing templating, using templating languages of most static site generators, and so I ended up wanting to make my own. I think that's kind of a prerequisite. Like, you have to really be effective at doing this as a hobby, you need to have something, then you have a vision for how it could actually be better. Your vision doesn't have to be necessarily 100% on point and correct. It's actually okay if you have this vision, you start executing it, and then at some point you realize midway as you're doing it that actually now you understand better why things weren't working the way that you wanted them to work. What were the other constraints that caused the other solutions to work in a certain way. That doesn't happen always. Like, the reality is that plenty of times, things that we take for granted actually have huge holes in them. But at the same time, it's also true that that our initial vision for how things should work, when you sit down and you actually have to design it start to finish, you realize that it's not as easy as it seemed in the beginning. So ultimately, what you get is a mix of the two. You get a mix of wins and a mix of lessons learned. But you need to be there. Like, you need to be at a point where you think, oh yeah, this thing works this way. No, this should work this other way. I know better. If you don't have this in you, I find honestly really hard to expect that you will be able to have a productive use of your time. And maybe you can have fun. So you can totally, if you're looking just for like a random project idea, there's plenty of those. Write a Redis clone for fun. Take some other web dev adjacent tool that you like and make your own version of it just for fun as a toy. You copy whatever other tools are doing and you see how far you get. But really, but how can I say, from a qualitative perspective, this last example, in my opinion, is very weak. I think that if you do this, you sit down, I don't know, a handful of times, and at some point you lose steam because it's not tied to anything concrete. Having a vision and pursuing a vision and moving, like changing job trajectory, career trajectory, those are dramatically more efficient, more effective ways. So I hope this helps. And so, long story short, yeah, you really need to get in a position where you have a vision on hand at the very least. Again, from the perspective of actually making change happen. Nice. We also got the the music. Like I meant to say that like the music felt like it was like the success music of we tackled the subject successfully. Okay, so as I was saying, we have a map key value type. And it needs to have two built-ins. One to get keys, one to get values. Well, one to get the key, one to get the value. Okay. So now in our values, we have map KB also. We do have iterator element though. Iterator and iterator element. Do we really not care about any of these guys? Iter value. What happens if we do this? Yeah, this thing expects the iteration value to turn itself into a Ziggy type. Okay. Okay. So in theory, we should be fine now. We just need to add the two built-ins. And the implementation of call needs to be different though. I don't know, asset. Just give me a normal implementation of call. Okay, expected 0 arguments. Return string kv dot. Is it string? No, it's key. Okay. Here instead we want to return the value, but we want to do this basically. This is what we want to do. We want to do it here. kv.value. Value is not a Ziggy value. Oh, I see. We were already writing down the scripted value in here. No, let's leave it up there. I think it's better. Although, what if we want to, you know what? No, I take this back. What if we want to make a key value pair that where the things come from somewhere else? So you can stay here. Yeah, you stay here. You become, oh, this has to be a pointer to value though. We are out of music. What's happening? This is done. Okay. It means that we kind of need to heap allocate this shit. That's annoying. This means that we need to heap allocate this thing. But if instead we were to put a Ziggy value in here, then we would be golden actually, because we wouldn't have nesting issues at that point. If instead we put a Ziggy value in here, then we would be actually fine. Would you imagine? Yeah, okay. So I take this back. Actually, having this up here does bring some advantages. Okay. Okay. This doesn't seem bad, actually. Oh, wait. Does this way mean? Does it mean that we don't need to have dot on map KV if we have that? Let me comment this out. I'm curious now. But what we do care about is built-ins for from blah blah blah. Okay. Oh, nice. This is searching for built-ins automatically. Okay, so this should be all in pretty decent shape. I'm sure there's going to be building errors, so let's go. Let's go through those first. Switch to handle all possibilities. Context 2, 3, 1. Oh, nice. We have a new type of iteration value. Right. Oh, Jesus, this error. No space left. Shit. Ooh, we're back to building. What? Get once one string argument. No, it does not. Oh, no. I've not implemented iterate correctly. Uh, 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 uh. Ziggy? No, what am I doing? Dynamic. Oh, I haven't saved my changes. Don't tell me no space left. Failed with one completion errors. Oh, I missed it. Let's see. Function with non-void return type constant value implicitly returns 159. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we are saying expected zero arguments, get on a non-map dynamic value. This is not get, but this is like iterate. Okay. So next, we want to create that goddamn iterator. So let's go do that. So return dot iterator. I think. Honestly, I don't remember. How do iterators work? Page should have some iterator. Yeah. It's not translation ET, but it's map KV. How did I call this thing? Map iterator, yeah. There's no context? Oh. Dot fields. Iterator, right? Yeah. Okay, that's it. No field name map kv in value iterator. Oh. I think that means that I probably fucked up something else. I think. I don't know. I guess we'll see. No field name underscore IT in translation iterator. Oh. Yeah. No field map KV in context map KV. 530. Oh yeah, I'm already returning map KV. Oh yeah, this is an artifact of the previous version of that function when I was moving around whether we should convert types values earlier or later. Access of union field pointer whilst field struct is active. Somehow we're expecting map KV to be a pointer? Apparently? How though? Let's see if we can. Please tell me that the stack trace has something good for me. Oh, it seems so. 139. LM type info, pointer child by ref. Uh, um, pa 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 pum pum pa 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 pum pa pa pum. uh we expect what is returned by this guy to be always a pointer. Like, what the fuck? What if we were to switch this thing instead? And we did Pointer is this. I guess we can do else. Cannot dereference non-pointer. Oh, god damn it, dude, man. Nice. So now we're compiling. And this is now complaining that we're trying to access a primitive value by doing field access to do field access on a primitive value, which is yeah, fair. We don't want that to happen. We want that to be a built-in call. Holy shit. Dude. Man, this goddamn tease. Holy shit, it works. Uh, it took a while. It was a bit of an adventure. But we're looping over the keys of our JSON file. Slurpee. Slurpee, slurpee, slurpee. Not bad. I'm loving this. So next is decide what to do with the values. Now that we have the key, now we can do something with the value. I guess for each one of these things, let's make these divs. Oh, can I give? I cannot give a class container here, can I? This won't work. Yeah, this won't work. Okay. Uh, Let's try to print the date. Oh, we can't just do it like this. We need to get date. Yeah, it works. So we have it working. Now it's a matter of actually structuring the table with everything else. So I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we can do this work and actually have the download page happen for real. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back. With something to drink. Yeah, you guys can't see much, but it's like a coffee thing. Okay. Let us make an actual table for this stuff. So I could probably copy the original code, although it's gonna be all fucked up in so many ways. I already know this because I remember. Also, the layout, the old layout was called downloads. Was the page called downloads at all? No, it's called download, but the template had a plural name for some reason. Man, look at all the stuff that we have to do. What a mess. Okay, first we have a div that loops based on downloads release order. Oh, now I remember. Now I remember. Now I remember. Oh my god, all the hacks that we had to have to make Hugo cooperate. In our case, we don't have to worry. The sorting order is already going to be good out of the box, as long as the sorting order is good in the original document. So this thing is so fucking stupid. Goodbye to this thing. So we want an H2 with a release name. The release name is just it's the key value. Okay. Oh, you know what? Maybe this is time for a split. So window, space window, vertical split? No. Space window transpose. Up here, we keep the original one maybe? And then we make changes down here. No, you know what? We keep the original one down here, and here we make changes in our version. Okay, so as we iterate, first thing is an H2 that contains the key. So in a sense, this could be it. Okay. Then there is a UL. Right. That contains this info. But this is all under information in it, the value, right? So we want to put value in a context. It's probably not a bad idea to put value in a context, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, we want a UL. But not everything is inside the UL. So there's going to be a div with a UL inside. The UL contains a bunch of allies. Okay. When is going to be the date? Actually, I could have copied more rewritten stuff. Okay, so one is date. Then, if it has notes, So if ooh, how do we do this? This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna stress another thing that we haven't fully implemented yet. So if, let's say that we don't do this. We don't do the if stuff. We do just nodes. Index release nodes, save HTML. I18N. Oh, this is bad also. Oh, because this needs to be translated. Okay, so this is not a var then. Nodes needs to be what? Okay, it kind of needs to be something like this. It's an if. It's a get question mark. And that contains an anchor. We don't see this in here because it's probably defined in the I18N. This thing is it's a link. That's why there's the pipe save HTML. Man, what a piece of garbage that we had before. Script result type mismatch. Missing value. God damn it. Okay, see, we already. Oh no, the complaint is about release notes. Okay, I18N. Also, my translation to Italian is, I don't know, very debatable. I'm not doing a good job. Okay, let's see if this is any better then for our guys here. Okay, now we're hitting the get nothing stuff. Okay. So then what do we have? Release notes and then documentation. Okay, so it's the same deal just with docs. And the last one is STD docs. Language reference. I'm leaving that as a language reference. I'm not sure how to translate that. Okay. We're in business, except that when something is missing, the dot is still present. So we want to be able to avoid that. Which can be done. We just need inline if. We just don't have inline if yet. Although it could also be done like this. Or a div. Can you do this? Oh shit. What did I do? This should work, right? The 0.12.1 is missing the language reference. Really? No, it's missing the release notes. Oh, there were no release notes for 0.12.1? Oh. Okay. Okay, let's do it also here for the last one. Well, actually, we would want to do this for everyone. Okay, with this, there should not be any holes anymore. That's perfect. Now we need to build the table. Call group, blah, blah, blah. Download OS, download Arch, download file name, download Zig, download size. Yeah, okay. Time for some magic. Holy shit. Not bad, huh? Oh shit, wait. How can I copy everything? Yank selections to clipboard. Yank file selections. Paste clipboard after selections. Paste clipboard. Oh, how do I maintain the same thing? Shit. These are 5. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess we can do it like this. Insert dot append equals sign. File name, signature size. Okay. This should be fine. So we have our thing and now table body. Download section order. Right. So I'm thinking that we can use tbody. But let's see what it does. It does a bunch of TRs, a bunch of TDs, and then tbody, table closes. Okay, so tbody. Table closes, and now we're happy. Okay. So tbody is where we want to loop. And we want to loop over what actually? Let's look at the shape of the data. Oh, I see the problem. The problem is that we actually want to loop over only over certain values. God damn it, man. Okay, I have to say, this JSON structure is not the greatest. This is a JSON that has been clearly not exactly fully designed with usage cases in mind. But fine. But fine. So, okay, maybe we can have a list of these fields somewhere and we can get them one after the other. So here's how we do it. We use the markdown file to specify this stuff. Ooh, the problem is that this thing is going to be internationalized. So if we change the order of things, then we'll have to change it and 1,000 fucking times. Okay, this is interesting. We have a few ways of making this happen. Huh. Also, goddammit, it, this splits architecture and name. Here, this info is not present. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it like this for now. So we want ATR. And this could be an inline loop, maybe. What are we looping on, though? We already have value as a context. I guess we can do this. Oh, wait a second. TH? TRTH. THTD class style text align center call span 2 row span len rows. Oh god, man. Why is this so complicated? Okay. So we can iterate over the value of each one of these things. The problem is that they don't have shapes that work well for that. So we really need necessarily to grab these things by name, basically. We need source to be printed in a certain way. Then we need Windows to be printed in a certain way. macOS to be printed in a certain way. Linux to be printed in another way. I guess instead of like looping over CTX, we can say this is the source thing. So this is, okay, let's say that this is the source row thing. How does it work? Section name, class something, style, text align, call span, row span. It's a TR, so this is a TH. Class we don't know yet. Row span, len rows. Section.title. TD. Range, row, index, row name, rows. What are rows? Slice. Row index, row name, target name, blah, blah, blah. Oh no, oh my god, we're like building a flattened list of rows. So we're printing the TH for the section title. And then TDs. I see. Whew. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Is it source? What is it called? Source. Source. Oh, there's source and then bootstrap. And they both go under source. Yeah. I think that's fine. This one won't have the TH. So this is going to say source. Let's give it the weird classes stuff. Class, we don't know what it's going to be. Len rows. Well, that's going to be 2 in this case. We can actually hard code the value. Tarball, Shazam, size. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Get wants a second string argument. Yeah. To do, implement KV support in dynamic data. Missing value. What's this thing called? Bootstrap. Uh-oh. Is Bootstrap not always present? Yeah, Bootstrap is not always present. Right? KV supporting dynamic data. Oh no, is this the null situation? No, it's just a different get function that probably has the same thing copy pasted. Oh yeah, of course. Can we do an optional dynamic? We might not be able to do that. Yep. I mean, that's not exactly what needs to go there, but it's that's the data. That's the starting point, basically. So yeah. Hey Dan, how's it going? It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. How about you? Okay, so in case you're wondering, I'm porting the Zig website from Hugo to my static site generator. So if you have a project that, a Zig project especially, that that you want to make a static website for, like some, not necessarily something where you want to buy a domain, even just like a GitHub Pages page. That said, something more complicated works as well, or maybe your personal blog. Do consider trying Zine out. Still alpha, still in progress, but it's getting to the point where, well, we can move the Zig website over to it. And I'm now porting the downloads page, which is auto-generated from a JSON file. And I'm implementing all the different bits and pieces for looping over JSON data in Zine as I do that. Man, this thing is tricky as fuck. Also, you know what I'm thinking? Look at this. This CTX thing doesn't even need a div around it. Because we can have the context be bolted on the table row. But here we do want the if because this we do want this because that would be we would need an inline if to make this work. Okay. So with tr, I guess we want this now. Missing value. Bootstrap doesn't have tarball. What? Wait, you're saying that sometimes there's Bootstrap, but it doesn't have tarball? No, you must be joking. Oh, no, I know what it is. That's actually on me. This is an if, so this is if. There you go. Not bad. Now, the problem is that sometimes Bootstrap is missing. So how do we express that row span needs to be 1 when there's both and needs to be 2 when there's only one? Well, it needs to be 2 when there's both, 1 when there's only one. We need to basically try to get Bootstrap, and then I guess we could either have has, so we could check if something has a key and that returns a boolean, or we could have something that turns an optional into. Let's introduce has for now. That works for me. Has. Once a string returns a boolean. The problem... Oh, no! Okay. If only I had ctx.app. But I don't have that now. Do you buy domains for all your many projects? For some, yes. For some, but honestly, I've done projects in the past, but they were never like serious enough to warrant that. Like Bork, for example, I never felt like it deserved a website. But something like Zine, I think it deserves that. Like in your case, like for your text editor, I would say it 100% absolutely deserves a domain. So if CTX has Bootstrap, then 2 else 1. I think we have then for booleans, right? Yeah, we have then. Perfect. Okay. So here we're good. Let me see. Let's look at it. Let's inspect. Rospan 2, Colspan 2, Rospan 2, Colspan 2, Rospan 1. Perfect. Okay, so we have successfully made on source. Now we need to do all the other ones. And these are going to be a fucking pain in the ass, man. Because we need now to do these things for like, God damn it. For like predefined groupings or something. Maybe we should also do this thing. So this is just a link that says, oh, we don't show the hash at all. So we just pointed the minisig at the link. So, okay. And then size needs to be turned into megabytes. It needs to be pretty printed. Do we have anything in the Sumner library that makes byte quantities human readable? Would be nice if we had something like that. Just bought flowcontrol.dev. Let's go. So we get tarball. And then we want to suffix or to add a path. I want to suffix this with dot minisig. Is that how it works? I think that's how it works. Does it actually work? Oh, yeah, it does actually work. Okay, so we got it right first try. That's nice. Not amazing, but nice. And I guess up here it's kind of the same thing, except no weird suffix. But now the value is complicated. Oh man. Now the value of this bad boy is going to be complicated because this is the, well, I guess it's the file name, so we can stem it. Yeah, like stem doesn't exist yet, but we can implement it. Also, I think we ran out of music. Okay, you know what? Give me some Undertale. Len contains, ends with, equal, suffix, fmt, add path, syntax highlight. Okay, let's do stem. I guess we can just leave it at that for now. Oh, also no parameters. Can I have one that accepts no arguments that I can copy? Oh, no, that's not. No, the stem is not what we want. What's it called then? Not the extension. Oh, the base name. I think it's base name. Okay, let's see how we do. Yay! Missing value. Oh, fuck. Oh, right, because it's if in here. There you go. Okay. Uh, do we have something fancy in... do we have something fancy in math or FMT? Uh... I think we have something like this for sure. How do we do this? Like human readable bytes? I mean, that's... I guess that's a starting point. So hexadecimal, strings, floating point in scientific notation, decimal, binary, octal, character, UTF-8 sequence, optional value, bang, star, any. This is not useful for us. placeholder. Specifier parser. Okay, now I think what we're looking for is like a formatter. We're looking for a formatter that is dedicated to formatting sizes. We might not have one actually. Format duration. Huh. We do have a format duration thing though. Interesting. So maybe we do have something that format sizes. Come on, man, please. Don't let me down. Parses a number like 2G. Okay, we have parsing of these sizes. That is very interesting that we parse sizes like this, but we also format them. Oh no, I bet you that we don't. Oh, there we go. Returns a formatter for a U64 value representing a file size. This is a formatter represents a number of multiple of thousands and using these SI measurement units. Yes, thank you. God. Thank you. And we want format size bin. Oh man, let us go. Hola, man. Hey, gang. Expected found you 8. Fair. What was it called? Human readable bytes. It doesn't look like it's doing much. We don't seem to be getting much. Oh. Built-in not found. Oh, god damn it. Human readable bytes. Also, there are no firearms. Built-in not found. Is it because size evaluates to something that isn't a number? Don't tell me that it's a goddamn string, man. It's a goddamn string. Why is it a string? um, we don't have any form of parsing inside of strings, so I guess we have to add it. Maybe we should accept base as an argument, but we can add that later. Parse int error message expected 0 arguments. Oh, I forgot to fix this. Oh no, man. Oh, you know what though? It probably accepts precision. So we can say precision 0 or something somehow. You know what? Maybe this can be byte size. Yeah, I like byte size more. It's a better name. Okay, so how do we say no precision? No decimal precision. Argument, specify field alignment with precision. Argument is either a numeric index. Precision specifies how many decimals a formatted number should have. So it's like... do I have to also put the column there? According to this thing, the column is necessary, but I'm not sure it is. There should be like... Okay, so this should be either .0 or colon.0. Let's see which one works best. Oh, and we need to rename this thing. Well, nothing has changed, so maybe we need to do this. There we go. It worked. Oh, the original had one level of precision. Okay. Let's give it... so maybe the level of precision should be given to us. The problem is that if the level of precision is given to us as an argument... God damn it. This is too compile time. This is not runtime enough. Okay. Let's do 1 decimal. Although, is it even necessary to show 1 decimal? Like, is there anything really that we care about? You know what? Yeah. Fuck it. We change it slightly compared to what it was originally. Okay, so we got everything going for source. Now, doing the other things is going to be a fucking pain in the ass, man. Like a huge, ginormous one. Oh, yeah, let's look at the classes. So this is last row in section. So this guy doesn't even have a class. Oh, the TDs have last row in section. What? Okay. Uh-oh. What happens giving it to... We give it to the other one? Apparently nothing much. Okay. That's very annoying, but we gotta do what we gotta do, apparently. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh fuck. So this is wrong. Oh no. I barked it. Right, this is the opposite. Uh um I'm confused why this stuff doesn't work as I expect it to work. Oh, I think we might not be resetting CTX as we should. Oh, there's also href. Fuck. Hmm. Okay, I think the problem is that this CTX gets executed before evaluating class. That's the problem. Yeah, our evaluation order is not what it seems. Fuck. But I guess that's good because we can do this then. To do explain that attack combination is wrong. Oh, var and CTX cannot live together. Right. That's also another annoying limitation. Okay, so these are all on me. These are all limitations that I've introduced. I really need to improve this stuff. Yeah, and there really is no reason why CTX and var cannot live together. So what do I want to work on next? So I'll fix. I have some limitations in the templating engine that I need to fix before this can be expressed in a reasonable way. So I don't want to find a solution that basically makes everything worse just because I need workarounds. So I'll leave it as that for now. Now we need to worry about everything that isn't source, and that thing is a fucking mess, man. So we have a flat list of tuples. And what we have to do is count how many of them are for Windows, create the Windows thing, set its height to the correct number. Is there a way of saying of making that be an automated thing? That's a PHP question. Yeah, I guess the answer is what properties does that thing support? MDN row span. Let's go. It extends until the end of the table. Grouping section that the cell belongs to. T head, T body, T foot. Is there a way of specifying like a table section that isn't one of these three? Are those hard coded? Call group. Is there a row group? Of course not. Why would there be Ruby? What? Huh. Okay. So one way of solving this would be a some kind of matching iterator. A matching iterator, basically, you call, maybe iterator could accept an optional argument for a pattern. Then if it matches, that acts as a filter. That would work. That would actually work. Holy shit. We make a matching iterator. We pass in Windows as the argument. That's actually not bad. That's like one solution that solves this problem start to finish. Yeah. Not bad. Okay, let's try to make it happen. Shouldn't be too terrible. Okay, so is this back in working condition? Yes. Okay, let's go to dynamic iterate. You can optionally pass a string that will be matched against key names. Although, wait a second. This could already be done, I think, with a combination of like if, because we could do if key contains. Hmm. maybe the solution is really to just write down some data that helps us loop over things. The problem is, even if we do the data approach, though, it's not going to give us numbers. We need iterators that can give us numbers to implement this stuff. Can I reset an iterator? Oh yeah, I can also reset it. Okay. You know what? I think we can do something funnier with this. Yeah, nice. So now next is more complicated. Because we need to keep looping. Okay, so if we don't have a filter, we always increase by 1 and return the value. But if we do have a filter instead, we don't do this, and we do the check first, and only if the check if the check succeeds, then we increase index and we return the thing. And this runs to completion, which it should. I think this should be unreachable. Yeah. Hello, Ron. When do you think we will have regex supporting standard library in Zig? Chances are probably never. I don't know that for sure. But the general recommendation is, so regular expressions are a scripting language for building simple parsers. The general approach in Zig is that if you have to write a simple parser, you write the simple parser yourself by hand. Period. That is not to say that it's the regexes are bad. They're not. Or this is the only way of doing things. I do think it's an objective truth that people reach for regular expressions a little bit too early, normally, me included in the past. So my recommendation is get used to using std.mem.tokenize scalar, tokenize any, tokenize sequence, split scalar, std mem split scalar, split any, split sequence. Use those, and you will find that you can get very, very, very far without needing regular expressions. You will have to write more code, obviously, because the regular expression, it's like you write, I don't know, star, foo star, and that is going to match foo star more easily than writing it by hand. But when you write the parser yourself by hand, you can design error messages much more in a much better way than with regular expressions. So that's a huge upside to not using regular expressions. What is going on here? Accepted type const8 found array hash map and managed. Dot entry? K is an entry? It is. I'm waiting for some file support in Sono library. Yeah, that would be nice. And I think it should be coming, but yeah, that would be nice to have. Okay. It seems that now we can give a string to ether. Okay, I think we don't need this split anymore. How do I kill this split? Close window. Man, this TR is huge though. T-body, TR. Oh, it's because this TR is inside Bootstrap. I see. Oh, right, because these are two TRs. Two weird TRs, one after the other. Okay, so this is like the more normal stuff. Okay, so the idea is that now we want to, let's say that we want to do Windows. You know what? For now, let's simplify everything as much as possible. So no href, and let's just do key. Let's see how far we can get with this. Oh, it works. That's nice. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, um, let's see if we can do this. Haha. Doesn't work? Am I not loading? Oh, I'm not loading. Oh, these guys are also inside ATR? Oh. Oh, well, we can do T-body. There we go. Wait, first is never set? What the fuck? IDX never equals 0? What? I am very confused by what's going on here. Oh. So this is an inline loop, first of all. Then why is loop.first never true? Is it a problem with the div? Bad utter. Because if needs to be first. Yeah. Okay, this is all weird and stuff, but it makes sense. Also, it never prints windows. Huh. Huh. Script evaluator type iterator. Oh, you're saying that I'm not allowed to use iterators as values? Man, who came up with this fucking language? Ah, that's me. I'm not allowed to use it like this. That's kind of fair, honestly. Do C++ libs work in Zig, or if I import them, even classes? No, they won't work. Zig doesn't support C++ stuff. Also, C++ doesn't have a stable ABI, so the whole concept of I link against a C++ dynamic library doesn't really work if you're not doing C++. So you have to write C wrappers around the C++ code. For example, Zig can use LLVM. LLVM is a C++ project, but it does so by writing C bindings to it. Well, basically, it's a C++ file that uses the C++ weird stuff, but then everything is wrapped inside functions that are exported using the C ABI. So, for example, if you have a generic function in C++, you create a C-style function that creates a specific instance of the C++ generic thing. You cannot parameterize it because generics don't exist over the CABI, but you can pre-package all the generic variants that you need, and so that way it works, for example. Okay, I'm really weirded out. I'm really weirded out by the fact that this does not seem to... that first doesn't seem to ever be true or something. Why is first never true? When did we regress it? Len, so iterator is a union of these things. It has len, it has next. First equals index equals 0 b dot idx. That's the thing we call next on. So len is a function, but first and last in idx are not. Are we not updating? Oh, wait. The problem is that IDX, it's like, oh god, right. IDX is never 0. IDX basically starts from 1. And there we are looking at stuff after the fact. So this needs to be 1 and this needs to be L. That's why first one never worked. Field not found. Yeah. And now that complaint comes because we're actually evaluating this thing. Built-in not found. What do you mean built-in not found? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I never exposed length? I never exposed length, I guess. I guess we can put it here. But no, we need this. Come on. Where's the iterator built-ins? There's one down here. The element built-in? No. Oh, really? Just up. Okay. Well, guess who we want to give land to. But we need a real call. Anybody here with a real call? Of course not. Non-member function name len in either element. Yeah, because it's iterator that has len. Fuck. So this is like purely internal. And we'll need to put it here then. Yeah, I guess we have to put it there. Okay. So that means that we don't have a built-in for it. And that means that we need to change a few things. So these all are all fine. But where's the definition of that thing? Okay. Let new size. Dot function. Problem is, can we turn a usize into a number? Oh yeah, we totally can. Let's fucking go. Evaluated to type int. Yes. What's your problem, man? too few arguments. No. Where are too few arguments, man? Victor 100K, hello. How compatible is Zig with C/C++? Since C is everywhere, I will at least program with Zig, which has a better std library. Victor. There are well-defined answers to your question that are not particularly interesting to ask about Zig. So I'll answer your question, but just so that we're clear. Compatibility with C and C++ is not the same thing. These are two different, very different things. So compatibility with C is one question. Compatibility with C++ is a dramatically different question. Second, compatibility with C, every single language has it. It is impossible to not have any interoperability with C, because if you want to print on the terminal, you need to invoke a C function. That's a syscall. So that's one thing. Of course, the fact that the language itself can do it doesn't mean that that power is exposed to you, the user. So for a high-level programming language, it's a fair question to ask. But Zig is a systems programming language. So Zig is not going to, how can I say, like hide any of that stuff from you. So having said that, Zig has no compatibility with C++, because you can't have compatibility with C++ if you're not C++. C++ doesn't have a well-defined ABI. So when you compile C++ and you make a shared library, if you're not consuming the thing from another C++ thing, then it doesn't work. So how do you use then a C++ program from Zig? You wrap it in a C API. So you can create C header files that internally use the C++ stuff. Well, it wouldn't be a C header file, right? Sorry, I should take this back. You can create a, I guess, C++ file that exports C ABI compatible symbols and inside for functions mainly. And inside those functions, you can manipulate your C++ stuff. That's how, for example, the Zig compiler, which is self-hosted, uses LLVM. LLVM is a C++ project, so that we have C wrappers around the C++ API. On top of that, your C++ stuff needs to be compiled with the same compiler that you're compiling everything else, because different C++ compilers will not be compatible with one another. So setting aside like the interfacing with Zig, but like C++ itself, it's a fucking mess. Now, talking about C specifically, you can import C header files. Zig knows how to translate those into Zig definitions. It works for most things, not everything, because some C macros are impossible to express in Zig. Those will have to basically also be wrapped into normal C functions, because if you have a macro that like replaces chunks of an expression, you can't do that shit in Zig. Macros that are like normal, fine, but macros that do weird syntax replacement shit, that doesn't work. But there's always workarounds. And as I said, the one thing that solves everything is you can always use that stupid macro in the body of a C function and then invoke the C function from Zig. But in any case, whatever the macro is doing, you can also do that same thing yourself manually in Zig. So ultimately, it's an annoying thing. But who's at fault there, in my opinion, is whoever decided that having a C macro be part of the interface of a library was a good idea. It is not a good idea. After that, can you link against C libraries? Yes. Can you link against? Can you load C dynamic libraries? Absolutely yes. Can you use all the weird libcs? Yes. You can use Muscle. You can use glibc. Do you need a specific version of glibc? You can have that. There's also this. Can you build and depend on C projects without too much fuzz? Yes, you can. We have actually started this thing called All Your Code Base, where we are packaging C projects kind of like as we need them. Apparently, somebody added 2 hours ago a new project. Native native file dialog. Interesting. So Techatrix added this. So native file dialog, which I don't know what it is. Cross-platform Windows Mac native file dialog library with C and C++ bindings. Well, there you go. So guess what? This is a C++ project on top of everything. Let's see. What did Techatrix do? So in any case, the point is that this build script allows you to download that dependency automatically, build it. So we can build C++ projects. We just cannot interface with them directly. You have to go through the C ABI. And yeah, it works. So this is a C++ package, library package for Zig. And there's plenty of examples. Also more, common ones, like zlib. Build a Zig is a makefile replacement. Yes, you can read all of this in the README of all your code base. I'm going to share a link. Too few arguments. Somehow there's a format something that complains about having too few arguments. God damn it. So since it's not this is not it, then I'll assume that it's here the problem. Although I wouldn't know how or where. God damn it. This is giving me too few arguments. This one is not. Is this something to do with the Dscope layout flag? No. Okay, you know what? I don't even want to think about what the fuck might be going in the other tab. Going on in the other tab. Okay, perfect. So now we can do row span whatever we want. That's good. Now let's turn this into our link stuff. Like this. Boom. Minisig. No minisig. Did I do something wrong? Oh. Right. That's unfortunate. We kind of need to repeat this. Minisig. And now we need size. Explain that type combination was wrong. Oh, fuck. Okay. And with this, we have Windows. There is a subject that I'm not well informed about. Why do more modern projects prefer LLVM while other ones, kernel and GNU, prefer GCC/Clang? That's another sus question, Rico. So, Clang is LLVM. Clang is a C front end, C++ front end that uses LLVM internally. Clang is the LLVM C++ compiler. GCC, what is LLVM? LLVM is a compiler backend. Basically, you want to compile for Windows, Intel, x86 64, or ARM. Sure, you could implement everything yourself. Or you make your programming language output a data format that LLVM understands, and LLVM takes care of turning that data format, which is usually called intermediate representation. Specifically for LLVM, it's like it's called the LLVM bitcode or IR. In any case, there's a bunch of data formats that you can feed LLVM, and then LLVM will be able to turn those things into object files, or ultimately, just to simplify, an executable. So a lot of programming languages use LLVM so that they don't have to reinvent this thing themselves every single time. This is especially interesting when it comes to optimizations, because every time you make a compiler, so if everybody who made a programming language had to make their compiler entirely from scratch, then they would also have to reinvent optimizations. So a bunch of transformations that read your code and realize whenever something could be made more efficient for the CPU, or rather for the computer in general. The nice thing about using LLVM is that this research happens once inside of LLVM, and then everything that uses LLVM gets the same benefits. It's not magic. There's like compromises, push and pull, like everything, but it's a very good way of bootstrapping a serious programming language that becomes very useful much more quickly than it would if it had to do everything itself. So that's what LLVM is. GCC, it's a compiler. Hey, Toggle! Hello! Welcome, everybody, from the raid. So here's what we're doing. We're listening to Zelda music. You just wrote some C++? Oh, no. Get out of here. Rust? Fine. C++? Oh, chat appreciated. Nice. What did you do? What were you doing with C++? Like, were you just like trying stuff out randomly? So we're doing this, and then people were asking about LLVM, Clang, and GCC. So LLVM, it's a thing that does optimizations. Clang is a C compiler, C++ compiler written on top of LLVM. GCC is another C++ compiler, but it doesn't have anything to do with LLVM. So it's its own separate project, and it's maintained by the GNU Foundation, the GNU project, I guess. So there is a lot of open source software that is, you could call it, I don't know, the OG open source software, free software, actually, more not just open source, but also free software that is rooted in the free software movement. And so it prefers free software tooling, which GNU is a good chunk of. So all these people prefer to use the GNU version of things. Also, over time, a bunch of dialects have spawned. Have a good time, Toggle. Thank you for the raid. So there are some extensions to C, maybe even C++, that were implemented in GCC that are not implemented the same way in Clang, and also MSVC. So Microsoft has its own compiler with its own custom personalizations of C and C++. And so what happens is that some projects have gone down the path of embracing the extensions that exist in the new compiler, and now compiling those with Clang straight up doesn't work. Also, some other projects started one path, and then they started adding extra macros to add and remove chunks of text based on which compiler you're using to compile them, so that they could be more portable. That also is another delicious source of complexity in C and C++. And so, yeah, that's kind of how things are. So why do some projects prefer GCC? Because they ended up there historically. There might be, there was, LLVM hasn't existed for the entirety of computing. So there was a time where GCC was maybe not the only compiler, of course, but it was probably the state of the art in terms of compilers. Honestly, I don't know precisely the full history of compilers, so who knows? Microsoft maybe had a pretty good compiler all along, whatever. But while right now Clang is considered pretty good, there was probably a time where GCC was one of the better ones. To be fair, all three major C++ compilers are closer than they have ever been. It's not difficult to support all three on large projects anymore. Yeah, but I'm guessing, some projects ended up choosing and embracing fully GCC at a time where that was 100% the best option available. So it wasn't just a choice at the time to, I'll just pick one. No, maybe at the time that really did make a difference. I don't know. That's kind of how things are, I suspect. Feels like state of the art in compilers has been a revolving door. I mean, thank fucking God, right? To some degree, we are in the Middle Ages of software. We don't realize it. We don't think of it that way, but we kind of are in the Middle Ages, man. Most people probably know this, but for those who don't know, okay, the year was 2024 when somebody, me, but it just happened to be me, somebody wrote the first ever language server that gives you diagnostics when you write wrong HTML. Year of the Lord 2024. Open VS Code, write style twice, and you will not get a double attribute name error from VS Code. Do it in Vim. You won't get that shit from Vim either. You will get errors from WebStorm and maybe some other very specialized editors, but they don't have a language server. They don't have LSPs. So, Are you saying we are serfs? Maybe. we are code serfs, maybe. I mean, so, okay, think about it. There is some degree of... There are some parallels, right, with old, like, lords that had a ton of land and, like, big tech companies, right? You're lucky to join a big tech company, and they have the palace, right? There's a palace for Apple, a palace for Google. You go there, everything is fucking amazing. You go back to your... You live in California. You live in, I don't know, Sunnyvale, one of the areas of one of the suburbias around around San Francisco. You go to the Google headquarters. Holy shit, everything is amazing. You see the Google senior management go around with their silk robes, like a posse of people behind them, catering to all their needs. And then you go back home, and it's like roads are they're not made of dirt, but it's like you don't have all the cool shit that they have in there. So oh man. Oh man. Okay, so what was I doing? I'm working on my static site generator and I am porting the Zig website bit by bit. And now we have this download page, which is all generated from a JavaScript, not a JavaScript, a JSON file. And I'm implementing all the data manipulation things necessary to implement this stuff. So here we have Windows implemented. Next, we want Linux. Give me Linux. It still says Windows, but that's on me. We have some styling issues, but those are not too hard to fix. So how does the official website look like? Windows, macOS, Linux. Okay, so we want to copy this and then make this macOS. This is really good. Like, this is really, really good. The only thing that we're missing is the styling. We solved styling these rows here, and we're good. Code Koan, thank you for the donation to the Z Software Foundation. Thank you very much. This is truly appreciated. An appropriate sum of cents. Thank you. A nice round number. Appreciated. Whoever designed that download page is a genius. Man, that download page has been giving me so much pain. Yes, who designed it is a genius. But by the way, Johnny, okay, jokes aside, the thing is that Johnny designed it last. Johnny, when you changed it last, did you have, was it you who had to fight last with the templating syntax of Hugo? Or was it mostly for you just a design exercise? So I guess, did you have to tweak a bit of HTML, a bit of CSS, not touch Hugo templating stuff at all? Mostly fighting with Hugo. Okay, so I saw that the thing was a fucking bloodbath. And I was wondering if it had me like my funeral or somebody else's funeral doing the last few things. And yeah, I guess that wasn't you. Man, you have no idea. This is still fairly verbose. And if I had a couple more fancy tools in my tool belt, we could make it less verbose, but you have no idea how much nicer this is. Like there is no, like the original code even had to like have side effects. Like, oh yeah, we prepare rows as a slice and then we pump stuff into rows. We append rows and then we loop over the data that has been massaged. Yeah, I don't do any of that shit anymore. Thank God. Okay, there's also FreeBSD. Let's see if we can add FreeBSD. The problem is FreeBSD. Well, let's see how it goes, I guess. Okay, with a FreeBSD, it still looks okay. The only thing that remains... Does the original also look the same? The original also look exactly the same. Okay, the only thing that remains is making these things highlight as they should. And this is actually easy. This should not be too problematic. It is verbose, but it's not too problematic. Ba-da-ba-bam. So the way it works is that for each one of these guys, have a class. Oh, but we want to give them a CTX here. Okay, the problem is that by giving them a CTX here, then I cannot give these a... Yeah, I would either need CTX up or I would need different evaluation. Maybe I should implement CTX up. Okay, so I don't think I can fix this now. Or rather, I can fix it. It's just it would be a workaround, and I want to fix it. I want to make it good without workarounds. So let me think. Should I implement CTX up? Maybe it's time to implement CTX up. That would solve everything. I plan to start using Zig for programming competitions. AdCoder already has the compiler. Code Forces probably soon. I've never used any of these things. I have been messaged quite a few times by code crafters, though. They have sent me these funny emails saying, hey, hello, we're code crafters. And you know what? We are a Y Combinator startup. Aren't we cool? And, you know, we were looking for somebody to do ads for code crafters, and we give them 60% of the revenue. And there was one guy who made 20K in a month. I swear. And I never replied to any of those. Maybe I should. Maybe I should reply. Maybe I should get my own 20K. God damn it. And you guys should watch me do some code crafters. Like, I mean, why do actual open source work when I could be doing code crafter exercises? There is a lesson to be learned there, right? Why should you do actual work where you're trying hard to build something useful, which is not fucking easy, it's hard, while you could much more easily just sit down, relax, pull back your chair, and do some thing that kinda mimics going through the motion of doing work, but it's not useful. It's kind of like a game, in a sense. Of course, you learn things by doing exercises. It's not like you don't learn anything. But, you know, the problem is that when it's startups that do this kind of shit, they don't understand what balance is. They don't understand that, yeah, maybe you should do some of that. And then, at some point, you should start working on serious shit. No, for them, like, the entire universe should stop doing whatever they're doing, and every single person on the planet should spend the entirety of their time training on their stuff. It's like the paperclip thing. They want easy and quick money. Well, I think the point is that they want a ton of money. Unfortunately, there is a problem where, you know, when you have vegetables in your garden and like they are supposed to grow, but also, okay, this, I don't know if this makes sense for Americans. So you Americans have weird vegetables, and so I'm not, what I'm saying might not translate to you, but at least here in Europe, there's this concept where you have vegetables in your garden and you want them to grow, but then past a certain size, the fucking vegetable is not good enough. Like if you have a zucchini that is this big, that shit is not good anymore, man. You should throw it away. Like, feed it to the chickens or something. Good zucchinis are like this size or something. I don't know. Well, maybe a little bit bigger, but there's certainly a size past which the thing is not good anymore to it. So I think we have the same problem with companies. Like, companies should grow healthy, and that's nice. A company grows on paper, it means, well, you know, as a first approximation, it means that it's doing the right thing. It's having satisfied customers. It's fulfilling a need. But then they just never stop. They keep growing, trying to grow forever. At some point, they become bitter inside, and they should be fed to the chicken. Maybe they are fed to the chicken in the end. I mean, when a startup fails or gets acqui-hired. Ultimately, everything flows into Amazon. Maybe Bezos is the chicken. Bezos is the ultimate chicken in a sense. I grew okra once. There was a race, only they were ready to pick. Once they were ready to pick. I see, miss a day and it's too woody. What's okra? Oh! Yeah, okay. I have, I've... Okay, this is the... Oh, yeah. This plant is not at all present here, or like not I'm not familiar with this. I'm familiar with having seen it, having eaten it, but never seen it like in a garden. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you. I didn't know how, what it was called even. That's nice. Yeah. Huh? Is this roasted? Never had it that way. Oversized courgettes taste like nothing. Yeah, exactly. Same with companies. They lose all the taste, if you think about it. Or straight up become bitter inside. So I don't know, maybe I should be less annoyed at this stuff. It's just that, I don't know, man. You know, maybe Code Crafters isn't even all that bad. It's like, it's just another opportunity to show people what things that you can do with Zig. You know what? Okay, I'm actually... I'm actually thinking that maybe it's... it could be... I should look into what they have. Because a ton of people are learning Zig via Advent of Code. Actually, I think that Victor also earlier mentioned learning Zig by doing Advent of Code. And it's certainly a way. It's not the worst way, but I would argue that Advent of Code is far, very far from the best way of learning Zig. Because the problem is that Advent of Code is not software engineering. Advent of Code, it's like data science stuff, basically. Well, maybe not pure data science, but the idea is that in Advent of Code, you are racing to get one answer from your computer. And you don't care about handling malformed inputs. You don't care about memory management. You don't care about a ton of things because you are just writing a one-off thing. It just needs to run correctly to completion. Once you copy paste the answer somewhere, and that thing it's never going to get touched again. But software engineering is very different from that. In software engineering, the unhappy path is more important than the happy path to some degree. Like, I'm writing a static site generator, right? And so you write your static site, and you make a typo, and you write this here iterate instead of iterate. Well, you need to be able to see what's going wrong, right? You need something that tells you, look, I was expecting this. This is the attribute. This is the function that evaluated to built-in not found. And maybe this error message is not even worded in the best possible way, but at the very least, it's clear. It allows you to zero into this stuff. It's not trivial to write a thing that finds out precisely and shows you where the error is. And this thing is super important. That's what software engineering is. In Advent of Code, you don't do any of this. And Zig actually excels at allowing you to implement this kind of stuff. Another example is Ghosty, the terminal emulator that I'm using that's made by Michio Hashimoto. Ghosty has the ability to not die when you run out of memory, which is kind of important. Think about it. So people like to say, oh, but you never run out of memory. No, you do run out of memory. It's actually fairly easy. Try to compile LVM and not set a limit to the number of parallel linker jobs. That thing is guaranteed to eat all your available memory and die. Like, it's actually a known foot gun that if you don't limit the number of parallel linker jobs, since Make is not super smart, it's gonna crash, guaranteed. You're editing a video on your computer. I occasionally edit videos on my computer, and editing a 4K video while rendering a 4K video, it's all my available memory because the program uses as much memory as it can, DaVinci Resolve in my case, because the more memory you have, the more it can speed up the rendering, and that's great. But then at the same time, every other program then cannot access that memory because it's being used temporarily. And so Firefox dies on me every single time. Discord dies instantly. Would you be happy if your terminal died whenever that happened and you lost all your work? No, you wouldn't. And so for a terminal emulator, it's actually pretty nice to have the ability to not crash when you run out of memory. Mitchell can also not crash when you run out of GPU memory, which is also pretty nice. And I believe that most other terminals can't recover from that condition. So I guess my point is Codecrafters something that is able to show you that aspect, that facet of software engineering? If it can show you that facet more than Advent of Code, and which, to be fair, Advent of Code doesn't really show you much of it at all, partially also because, well, that's not what it wants to do, then maybe Codecrafters is not a bad thing to show people. And you know what? They can have all the fucking money they want from people giving them money. I don't care. Anyway, so we were saying maybe we should implement ctx.app. That would be a solution that allows us to make this thing work. Not the optimal solution, but ctx.app is definitely something that should be implemented. So maybe it's time we actually do that work. But at the same time, it's also getting kind of late. Maybe I should think about dinner instead. So here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm not going to start this new big thing. But instead, here's another thing. Does anybody in chat here have questions about Zig? I'm happy to continue chatting about Zig for a while more. And especially if you have questions, like even big questions about open source, about Zig, about programming languages and that kind of stuff, this is the moment to ask so that I can answer. Don't worry, I will not try to come up with an answer. I will tell you if I don't know what the answer is to a given question. I won't try to sound an expert when I'm not. So maybe we do a little bit of this, and then in like I don't know, half an hour, something like that. Maybe I have dinner instead, and I close the stream. Yeah. And maybe we can tackle something lighter in the meantime. Also, for the people who haven't seen this, check this out. We have All Your Code Base, which is an organization where we are started packaging C++ projects for Zig. Packaging, not porting. And that's really nice. So if you wanted to, I would like to use like a C. You know what? Also, here's what we can do. We were discussing, somebody was recommending to me, I don't remember who it was. Maybe X2, maybe CryptoCode. One of the regulars was recommending me to add a discussions tab so that we could have discussions about people could request things to be packaged. Maybe it's time we add a discussion thing. Setting up discussions for your organization will allow you to broadcast updates, answer questions, and hold conversations in the entire organization. Choose a source repository that will host your discussions. Yeah, let's go do that. Categories, announcements, general, ideas, polls, Q&A, show and tell, delete, delete, delete. package with Zig for Zig Zig.build. Can you send me a picture of your butthole? How cute is this? Is this how you talk to people? First message in chat ever? Come on. Like, buy me dinner first. I'm new to open source and Zig. Is there any projects you would recommend I check out? I'm looking to get my hands dirty in open source. What's your experience, Woolsey Lion? In terms of programming, what programming have you done? Are you a student? Are you working as a software developer professionally? Are you a hobbyist? Have you done Python, Go, C#? Based on this answer, well, based on these factors, I can probably give you a better answer. Maybe this is a poll section. Let's see how it looks like. Years in web dev, higher level languages like JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, Go, but not much low level stuff. Okay, really enjoyed backend. That's why I'm seeing a natural transition to low level stuff. Okay, that sounds good. I think that based on my interpretation of your answer, I guess the main point is transitioning from something that is web related to not really web related. Maybe you did some of that. Like, I guess you could argue that data science is not web related. Fine. But I guess the idea is probably what you would be interested in seeing how things are done when developing applications that aren't a web server, that are like, well, like a static site generator, even though it's still web related. A static site generator is a utility that runs on your computer. It's a program that runs on your computer that doesn't, open HTTP connections, that kind of stuff. So that's probably thinking of my experience in the past, for example, when I tried to move away from web and that stuff, it wasn't immediately obvious to me what even I could do. So if you want to get introduced to this stuff, here's my recommendations. One is take a look at Code Crafters, Code Christoph. No, I'm joking. Take a look at Ziglinks. So if you go to ziglang.org, so the official Zig website, you go to learn, there's a thing called Ziglinks. Ziglinks is a bunch of tiny programs written in Zig that each one of them has a bug. It doesn't compile or it doesn't do the right thing. And in a comment, it tells you what you need to do to fix it. It's a very easy, terribly easy way of getting acquainted with the Zig syntax. And also it will introduce you to certain low-level concepts like a memory allocation, opening files, maybe. I'm not sure if they have opening files, but I would expect so. In any case, it will try to introduce you not only to the syntax itself, but also to concepts that you might not be used to. After that, I would say that mainly it should be your curiosity to guide you. You could, for example, try to re-implement some tools that you've used in the past as an exercise. So to see how it feels to be, on the other side of the fence. Other than that, another way of getting into lower level programming is embedded devices. So you could get maybe a Raspberry Pi and try to do some kind of embedded programming thingy. That can also be fun. Personally, I haven't done much of that, and I would like to do more in the future, but that hasn't been something that has, deeply clicked for me. In my case, I got stuck now in a static site generator, making my own HTML templating language, making my own Markdown alternative, etc., etc. Although, as an exercise, that could also be fun. So you could try to. So I don't know. I did this because I had to. None of this stuff is stuff that I would do just for fun, but I've seen other people have fun with this. So as I was writing my static site generator, I needed a data language to put in the Markdown front matter. People normally use YAML. I am not going to use YAML. Some people use JSON, but JSON is not that great. So I made my own data language. It's kind of like a JSON replacement. It's similar but different in key ways. You can read here, like if you think that if you go to ziggy-lang.io, you can decide if it makes sense to you or not. But here's the interesting part. For this language, I've written a formatter. I've written a schema language and a schema checker and a language server. These are all interesting things to try and do. You don't necessarily have to come up with your own JSON alternative, but writing this kind of stuff is cool. What other things are there? Oh, of course, one last thing could be video games. Another very interesting way of getting into lower level programming is trying to make games. Obviously, making a, I don't know, 3D game, it's fucking hard. You're not going to be able to tackle that shit right away. But there are some ecosystems where things are purposely being limited so that you can, by adding more constraints, it becomes more feasible to have creativity find concrete solutions to things. So let me show you what I mean. What's it called? Wasm 4? So Wasm 4 is a fantasy console, and you write your game as a Wasm application, I guess as a Wasm cartridge, and it's kind of cool. It's very limited. You can't put too many colors. You have a limited amount of memory. Like you have a lot of limits. But that's part of what makes it nice, right? Because it means that you have to make do with what you have. And that's another thing that could get you into lower level programming. And at the same time, guess what? Zig is doing pretty well in that sense. Like Zig was the most used language in the last iteration of. They have game jams occasionally. I think they had one also. They had another one before the last one where Zig was also one of the most used languages in there. But yeah, so that's another one that could get you interested into lower level programming stuff. Ultimately, to conclude, it's hard to give a precise answer because it really ultimately boils down to what it is that you find interesting or not. And it can happen that you are generally interested in the subject, but then you can't find anything concrete. And so you're kind of like, it's kind of like your wheels are spinning, but not connecting to the ground. And so you're going nowhere. And that's unfortunate, but it can happen. So you need to find a way of having your wheels find traction with the ground. One last way of doing that is to get involved in communities. So the Zig community Zig has a bunch of communities. There's a big one in Discord. There's a forum, which is great, Zigit. I highly recommend it. There's a few other places. And maybe hanging out in one of these places can give you inspiration, which sometimes inspiration could even be trying out something that somebody else made. So for example, there are a lot of projects that people are sharing here. And some of those could be something that you might want to use to build something yourself. So maybe you don't know exactly what it is that you want to build, but that you're just trying to find an excuse to try out a cool library that you found here. So for example, here you can see libvaxis is a TUI library. Discord. Man, if only Discord wouldn't suck. Huh? So libvaxis is a TUI library that allows you to create terminal UIs like my chat. I'm not using libvaxis, but I plan to actually try it out in the future and see if I should switch over once I go back to Borg. Holy shit. Flashing? The heck? So maybe this could be something that piques your interest and gets you to try and build a TUI application. And there's like plenty of things in here that could be interesting. So yeah. Have you seen Zig in 10 minutes for impatient developers? This video made me realize that I could understand the language and give it a try. My main languages are C and C++. No, I haven't seen it. Or probably I've stumbled upon it. I'm vaguely familiar with what's on YouTube, but I haven't seen every single thing. So there's Zig in 100 seconds. There's the new interview that I made with Chris of Developer Voices. Check it out. Zig for impatient devs. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, the fact that I'm here, it means that I've seen it. I know that it exists. I don't remember if I watched it all precisely, but yeah, it's a video. Nice that it got 82,000 views. Nice. Let's see the newest comments. Is open source financially viable if I find my home somewhere? That's a... You went from a fairly easy question to a very hard question. Is open source financially viable? I think that among software developers, business literacy is extremely low. There's a lot of people who end up working on something that they start as a hobby that over time turns into something that proves to have value. They originally didn't plan for that. But over time it turns to have value. And then they get into a bunch of weird situations where, the least weird one is, well, you made something valuable, but you made it open source. So you gave it out for free. And now people use it for free and they don't pay you to use it. That's unfortunate, but that can happen. Another one is you made it free, and now you expect donations to fly in because people are using it a lot. That's also, I'm going to say that obviously you can understand how that one thing doesn't follow the other necessarily. Yes. If a ton of people are using your shit, then you could expect some donations to come if you enable the donation button. But that is always going to be a fraction of what you would get if you were to sell your stuff. At the same time, if you were to sell your stuff, it is not necessarily guaranteed that you would get the same level of popularity. Like your popularity level is, at least to some degree, obviously tied to the fact that your stuff is free. But people kind of get lost. Not get lost, but like they miss out on this nuance. And so sometimes you have people who are really annoyed at the fact that they made something big and they're not getting a dime back. But man, that's the license that you're giving your code away with. There's also the situation where a project gets used a lot and people kind of make it their mission to solve every single issue with it. So for example, I remember when the log4j thing happened where everybody was ganging on top of the people who made log4j. And I remember that those people were also like stressing out terribly. But man, it's in the license. If you give your stuff with a license that says there is no warranty, which is pretty much I'm not giving a warranty to do this code, which is pretty much every software license out there, then you shouldn't stress out. Yeah, there's half of the Java big businesses that are exposed to a vulnerability because your library has a vulnerability in it. Well, fuck them. I'll fix it when I feel like fixing it. Maybe, you could have professional pride and want to prioritize it a little bit, but it shouldn't be like you don't owe a fix to anybody. That's how open source works. But again, people also don't fully understand this. So this weird mixture of things makes it so that oftentimes projects are spawned, become popular, gather interests, gather contributors, but the financial infrastructure required to make them financially viable just isn't there. And there is no one person in the project involved in the project that has any idea of how to get there. On top of the fact that getting there is not immediately trivial, but like baby bird eating worm. Maybe let's say chasing worm. The financial situation of most open source projects is this. Oh no! How comes that money isn't coming? What? How? What? Oh man! But I coded it, and everybody's using it. Why? That's usually how this stuff works. You want one extremely funny, kind of sad example. Okay, some people here know already what I'm talking about. So if you heard this one already, please stand down. But for the people who have never heard this from me, do you here type 1 in chat if you have used the GIMP? So the open source free software image editor that's a competitor to Photoshop. So CodeCon has used the GIMP. Okay, so we'll see Lion as well. Eric Yaza hasn't. Victor, maybe. Okay. So the GIMP is, it used to be more popular, I think, than it is now. But the GIMP is I used it back in the day, not use it much now. Yeah. So the GIMP was for a while the only remotely reasonable alternative to Photoshop. But at the same time, it was, the quintessential open source project in the sense that it could do a ton of things. But people always complained about the UI. People always said that the GIMP had very crappy UI compared to Photoshop. And that's kind of true. But here's something interesting. If you go to the official website of the GIMP, and you go back to August of maybe 2020. Let's see. I might have already went past it. Let me. Yeah, there we go. Oh, sorry, not August. 3-4 days off. End of July 2021. Funding GIMP developers for sustainable development. GIMP has been developed as a community effort since very early on. After its original authors left the project, it begs the question of sustainability. Blah, blah, blah. We've seen skilled developers come and go for years, the latter becoming a growing concern. Contributing takes a crazy amount of time, and people have a family, work, and other responsibilities to take care of. When the core team contributors are willing to be paid for making free software, we have decided that GIMP as a project should encourage such endeavors by putting more emphasis on their funding. Fine. The two core contributors are talking about their funding stuff. What about donations to the GNOME Foundation? Before I read that, here's the thing. This is August 2021. GIMP has existed for many years before then. And all that time, you could donate to the GIMP project. You could donate. They accepted donations through the GNOME Foundation. But here's the funny thing. For years, we have received donations through the umbrella of the GNOME Foundation. It is possible to do so, of course, yet these donations are so far only usable for community needs. In particular, it helps us when we need new hardware, not so often, and to gather contributors for conferences. Regularly, we also have funding, conferences, blah, 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 other things themselves. So, until August 2021, the core contributors of GIMP have never seen a dime. You donated to the project and they had never seen a dime. So GIMP, it's a miracle. It's a miracle that it got this far because they never set up any financial structure behind the project to make it sustainable. This is just one example. This is the fact that they even had some way of getting donations for something. That's already probably above the situation of the average open source project. So
open source sustainability is a disaster mainly because not because of the license. Like their open source licenses are problematic in many ways. They do get not abused, but like open source gets exploited by big tech. But everybody, whenever something like this comes up, everybody starts freaking out about the license. We need to change the license. We need to change this word of the license. We need a new license. No, man, you need business literacy. A lot of like it's insane to think that the GIMP was in this situation since the beginning. Like, what the fuck? You want a counter example? Here's a project that got its shit together and became huge. Oh god, I'm blanking. What's the name of the open source 3D modeling tool that everybody uses? Blender, thank you. Yeah. Blender, in contrast, created a foundation. They got a way of getting money and making everything happen, and now Blender is a fucking powerhouse. So, long story short, there are very few people who are lucky enough to be able to do open source full time and do so in a way that is sustainable. Very few. The Zig Foundation is very lucky in that sense because since when we created the open source, the nonprofit foundation, this is not where I wanted to go. So Zig is a 501c6, C3 nonprofit foundation. And we have, you can donate to the Zig Software Foundation. We have, we get a good amount of money. We're still bottlenecked on money. Right now, we're in a situation where getting more money would definitely allow us to hire more contributors and have them do more work. But it's totally sustainable. I work full-time at the Zig Software Foundation. Andrew works full-time. There's also 2 more people that work full-time and a bunch of people that work part-time. And that's amazing. But most of the open source projects haven't done this. There's also the dark side of the coin that is, when it comes to programming languages especially, a lot of programming languages are not 501c3s, they are 501c6s. They don't pay core developers, and they are basically in bed with big tech companies. And when I say in bed, it's like they have board of directors given to big tech companies, and they tend to not be really focusing on their own project as much as they should, because they have let a bunch of people with very different interests join their their board of directors, their organisms of control. And so really weird shit ensues when that happens. So not only a bunch of open source projects are not set up financially to make things sustainable, but some others are also completely fucked up in so many ways. You mean like Mozilla? Mozilla is a great example of an organization that has completely lost control over what they're doing, to the point that I don't want to use Firefox anymore, because I think that we should all leave Firefox behind, leave Mozilla behind, and find something new. Hopefully, maybe Ladybird will be that. Who knows? But yeah, Mozilla is horribly bad. Horribly. It's a fucking joke. I don't know if people remember. So that they basically were getting almost all their money from one deal with Google. That deal went away. They fired everybody who was working on serious stuff. They kept around all the copywriters and all the marketing people. They fired the servo team. They fired the people working on MDN. The one good thing that Mozilla does, they fired those people. And all the while, they were giving raises year over year to their CEO. Like the last year, the year when the when the layoffs happened, I think the CEO was getting, I don't know if it was $5 million of yearly compensation or if it was increased by 5 million. It was, in any case, it was absolutely insane. All those people should be fed to the chickens alongside overgrown vegetables. So yeah, why leave Firefox behind? You are leaving Google founded for Google owned? You mean because I'm using Arc? No, I don't think that Arc is particularly better than Firefox. I just think that right now Firefox is basically, everybody think of Firefox as the hero, while it's not the hero. So as long as people keep thinking of Mozilla and Firefox as, it's the hero, they're destined to do good shit, then no real hero will be able to become to manifest itself. That's my idea. So they should all. So Mozilla is mismanaged to a insane degree. You could actually argue that Mozilla was pretty much Google owned to a good degree before they blocked their deal. So yeah, no, fuck Mozilla. I'm sorry. There is nothing redeemable there, in my opinion. So that's really bad. As for Google, yeah, of course, Google sucks as well. But I mean, that's by design. It's an ad company. Actually, what we should stop doing is allowing an ad company to design the internet. But I guess the question is, okay, then who designs the internet? If only we had some other entity that could be trusted to design the internet, that could rise into power and design the internet in a proper way, and not, bend over and spread their cheek for Google, like Mozilla has been doing recently also with the, what's the latest one? That they were implementing APIs for ad companies, right? They were trying to make their own version, which I believe it's also they enabled by default on Firefox. Ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. Making a browser is hard. Currently, it's Firefox, Safari, or Chromium. There's a few more. They're based on WebKit, the majority of them. But, it's not, honestly, using WebKit, it's not the end of the world. Surely there's something nice in not depending on anything Google related at all and having some more diversity, fine. But that's not really the point, right? The point is everything else around that. The point is having somebody who can push back against stupid as fuck ideas about advertisements that Google keeps pushing and that somehow keeps getting standardized. The problem is that, yeah, all these other alternatives each has their own weird interests and stuff. Honestly, I think that the by far, the one that is the best positioned to make a difference is Ladybird. It's super early. Today, Ladybird is absolutely irrelevant, yes. But going forward, Ladybird has a chance of actually making a difference, for real. Not just because they don't depend on WebKit. That has some value, but that's not the point. The point is being in a situation where you can look at certain people with power and tell them to go fuck themselves. Because that's not, how can I say, that is not trivial to do. It's not easy. Maybe, okay, I don't know people here in chat where they're from, but I used to work for Redis Labs, and I would regularly take a plane and fly to San Francisco, stay there for like a week or two, hang out at the office, chat with people. And one thing that it's immediately clear is that if you're somebody who lives there and works there, you have to work in tech if you want to survive. If you don't work in tech, you're screwed because the cost of life is calibrated for a big tech salary. And in fact, the people who live there who don't work in tech, life is tough for them. So you have to stay in big tech, and also people keep looping around. They keep changing job. Like it's not that big of a ecosystem. People tend to know each other. People who previously were at one company, they go to a competitor. I worked at Redis Labs. You had no idea how many fucking Mongo people we got there. And I promise you, every single person that came from Mongo had the shittiest ideas about databases. But that's a story for another day. So people were coming from Mongo. People were going from Redis Labs to Couch, to Cockroach, from Cockroach to... It was a goddamn incestuous orgy of people moving around the same 4 jobs all the time. At some point, I wanted to make a blog post about complaining about how AWS was treating Redis as an open source project. I'm not going to get into too much into the details of the reasoning behind it, but I wanted to title the blog post AWS versus open source. I had that blog post be toned down, rewritten. Even the title got changed. It went from Redis, from AWS versus open source to something like Redis and something like AWS and open source : it's complicated, something like this. Why? Because all the people there in marketing knew that they were going to move to AWS sooner or later, potentially, or to some other thing that is involved in cahoots with AWS. So maybe it's not exactly AWS, but maybe it's another startup that has as one of the investors that got VC money, and the VC money was from a fund where most of the money belonged to Jeff Bezos, for example. So it's not exactly AWS, but there are other ties. And so people didn't even want to play hardball with one another there. And honestly, understandably, like, what is the point of playing hardball if everything is the same and you just want to survive? And if you somehow fall off the big tech ride, now you have your $5,000 a month rent to pay, your groceries that cost you $300 a week, and now you cannot make ends meet anymore. So being able to look at some of those people, and again, I'm not talking about like having, there's the secret lizard people controlling everything. No, just like there are plenty of people who are in positions of power at different companies, and their power is also partially motivated, like it exists partially because of all the entire financial, like the entire web and of financial incentives between all the people there. And being able to tell them to fuck off, it's a huge privilege that you do not get to have if you're just a random person who lives in the Silicon Valley. So that plus also, sometimes people just being greedy, generally speaking. So Ladybird is interesting because Andreas doesn't live in the United States, and he has seen the United States. I've interviewed Andreas Kling on Zig Showtime a while ago. I did like a 3-hour long interview. In hindsight, that was kind of dumb on my part. You shouldn't interview people for 3 hours. People in chat, if you ever happen to interview people, do not interview people for 3 hours. Stop at 1 hour. But he's a great guy, and he has worked for Apple. He's seen the United States. He knows how it is. So he's sometimes people who haven't had that experience look at the United States with like dreamy eyes and think, oh my God, everything is going to be amazing there. There's cool shit in the United States, a ton of cool shit, but it's a place like any other with a ton of issues and flaws like everywhere. And so Andreas, I would expect him to know how to push back against these people. Also, financially, Ladybird, I think it's doing the right moves. It's a nonprofit foundation. It has obtained a good amount of funding from the CEO, ex-CEO, founder, I don't remember. Well, the GitHub guy, a bunch of other places. They also have, in my opinion, made a pretty good choice with regards to their programming language. Ladybird originally was written in C++ because Andreas was doing everything C++ inside of Serenity OS. But now that Ladybird is not in part of Serenity OS anymore, they are moving away from C++ towards Swift. And I think that that's a pretty good choice. I honestly cannot think of them making a better choice than that. I would be curious to hear people's opinion in chat. Manifest 3 is a tragedy, but as far as I know, Firefox is the only browser planning on continuing Manifest 2 support indefinitely. Yeah, this Manifest stuff is shit, absolutely. You wouldn't think Zig is best. No. Zig has 2 problems. One, they are moving to Swift. Oh, yeah, they totally are. It was announced by Andreas on Twitter a while ago. Well, a while ago, like a handful of days ago. We were discussing this in Discord. We've been evaluating a number of C++ successor languages for Lady Bird browser, and the best one, the best suited to our needs, appears to be Swiftlang. Apparently, Swiftlang has this logo also when you add it. Or did Andreas add this emoji? Huh, now I'm curious. In any case, yeah, they chose this. And to me, it's by far the best choice. What are the problems with Zig? Yeah, so problem number 1 with Zig, it's unstable. It's version 0 point something. So it's a risky move to adopt Zig for a serious project when it's still unstable. It could totally pay off. So people like Tiger Beetle are doing a big bet, and they are, if they bet right, they are bound to get huge wins out of their bet. Much greater wins than they would by making a safer choice, but making a less risky bet because of how Tiger Beetle works, what they want to do, their style of programming. So they have right now to, every time a new version of Zig comes out, they have to upgrade, which takes some engineering effort to do, and it's annoying. And there's a potential also for regressions. Doesn't really happen, I think, also because I think they also do try Zig before it gets released. So in any case, and we also, if they do hit a regression, we're gonna work with them. So you can make a big bet on a language like Zig, and if you're right, it's gonna be a huge payoff. But for Ladybird, it's a browser. You have to worry about memory safety. And you have to worry about memory safety not only from a technical perspective. You have to worry about memory safety, maybe even first and foremost, from a public relationships perspective. If Andreas were to choose a non-memory safe language, people would never shut the fuck up about it. They would berate the project endlessly, and everybody associated with it with no end, because they are not using a memory safe language, whatever that means. Because people don't even agree on the definition of what memory safe means. They don't even care. They just like to say that something is or isn't memory safe according to them, and so it's a problem. And also, not only they would get berated endlessly, but also there would be money that they would probably lose by not using a memory safe language. So I would say that is probably a huge reason to choose Swift over something like Zig. Of course, I know there's the big rusty elephant in the room, right? So why not Rust? I think it all ultimately boils down to the fact that Andreas just doesn't like Rust. So, well, it's not just that. I'm sure that it's not just personal preference, but I mean, he's a software engineer with a ton of experience. So his preferences are not just, oh, I don't like pink, so let's not use this because it's pink. No, his preferences are connected to his programming style and what he feels makes him productive or not. And he has to lead engineering efforts, so he should choose something that he finds that fits his programming style best. But in general, Andreas really doesn't like Rust. I think you can see it here in the replies. Like, my general thoughts on Rust. Of course, obviously, somebody has to ask the question, why not Rust? By the way, why not Rust is, it's another one, right? They're going to get berated forever, endlessly, about not choosing Rust, of course. So my general thoughts on Rust. Excellent for short-lived programs that transform input A to output B. clunky for long-lived programs that maintain large, complex object graphs. Really impressive ecosystem, toxic community. That's his review of Rust. So he doesn't love Rust. And so if you put this, if you do 1+1, then really Swift is probably the best choice. There's also another angle where Swift is OOP. You have classes, you have inheritance. Andreas liked that shit. So yeah, I would argue that it's probably the weakest of all the reasons. But yeah. How risky is it really, though? If something small breaks, then it's not that bad. The risk of the bet is not strictly about the day-to-day of experiencing bugs and having to change code that fix code that changed, like part of the standard library that changed. It's more like the political implications behind the choice. You will get investors that do not want to invest in your stuff because you're using an unstable language. Because a lot of investors reason about all these things in terms of risk, and they want founders. Some even codify everything that you do as a founder, as a startup founder, as lowering risk. It's a perspective. It's definitely a perspective that I've read at some point. But so choosing a language that isn't stable is and unproven. It's only absolute madmen can do that. And in the case of Andreas, I don't know. Would Zig fit his programming style? Maybe. I'm not sure. He does do a lot of programming in a way that is not exactly idiomatic in Zig. So, ultimately, it might very well be that he just doesn't like Zig either. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Like, I know that you're used to talking with, Microsoft MVPs or people who have developer advocacy roles whose main job is to tell you that, of course, $sign technology that my company makes is the best choice ever. You also have experienced Rust people going insane and saying that the only moral choice is to use Rust. You're not using Rust in 2024. Cringe. But the reality is that programming, while it's an engineering thing, software engineering is engineering, programming is also still a personal thing. You write, it's a form of art. And so there is a subjectivity angle to it. There is a, or even, even if there wasn't, even if it was pure engineering, ultimately it still matters the fact that whatever tool you end up using when doing engineering, it has to fit your hand. And not every tool fits equally well in everybody's hand. So, Andreas, if you've ever seen a live stream from Andreas where he does programming, you can see that he uses abstraction heavily, and he can make it work for him. He's very productive. Like I dare everybody here in chat to watch Andreas program and not think that he is insanely productive. He's a great developer, but the style that he uses works for him, and it would totally not work for me. I think that overly abstracted code is a mess. I get it wrong. People around me get it wrong. I don't want to deal with the fallout of people getting this shit wrong, and I by far prefer the good and bad that comes from what is a more idiomatic Zig style. On top of that, there is some value in Zig because not a lot of languages really truly embrace simplicity in the way that Zig does. Some do in different ways, in ways that I would say are more problematic. Like Go is also about simplicity, but it's also minimalistic in weird ways. Zig is not minimalistic. It's a simple language, but it's not minimalistic. And so I feel like that there hasn't been a good attempt at doing what Zig is trying to achieve in a while, except for Zig. That said, so for this, I think it's valuable, but not everybody has to use Zig. Like if you're somebody who really can make object-oriented programming work for them, man, go have fun. Ultimately, the question is, can you make good software? And if for you and your style and your understanding of things, object-oriented programming is the shortest path to great programs, go do that, obviously. So yeah. So when we say Zig is unsafe, we mean it's not tried against time to be secure? No. The problem is that Zig is a low-level programming language, and it gives you the ability, it has manual memory management, it doesn't have a borrow checker, so you can make mistakes handling memory that result in reading corrupted memory. The consequences of those bugs can be arbitrarily bad. It depends on the situation that you're in. You're making a single-player game, nobody gives a fuck. Worst case, somebody sees corrupted textures or the game crashes. Obviously not optimal, but like that's where it ends. You make a mistake of that kind in a browser. Now there's a website somewhere that can steal, as somebody was saying, your credit card info. They can steal your passwords from the password manager in your browser. So that is a much more problematic thing. Now, memory safety is only one facet of correctness. And you can totally make horrible, terrible mistakes that absolutely have catastrophic consequences, even in a perfectly memory-safe program. So a lot of the discourse around these topics, unfortunately, lately has been poisoned by the fact that a lot of people think that memory safety is by far the biggest obstacle towards correctness, which I believe to be absolutely a laughable notion, but it is relevant. So if you're making a browser, it is not a bad idea to try and keep that in mind, more than if you were to do something different. That said, I do believe that when it comes to Ladybird and a browser, the politics aspect of it is much bigger than the technical aspect of it. There is some concern when it comes to browsers, some real concern. As people were saying, you make a big mistake, people lose their credit card info. That's not nice. But on the other hand, there is a even bigger safety theater aspect that you can't forget about. Like, some of this stuff is as inane as it is, it's real. You have to account for it. Whenever big companies, they say the wrong shit, and now the one cringy message from their CEO is being copy pasted everywhere, and everybody thinks, oh my god, that's cringe, and then they're like their stock tanks in the financial market. That's real. CEOs always speak in a very safe way, because there are huge negative consequences that can come from them being a little bit too honest, a little bit too open, and a little bit too spicy. So yeah, ultimately, you can't forget about this stuff, and choosing something that on paper sounds memory safe is roughly equally as important as getting actual correctness right in your browser, if you're trying to play in the big league. So if you're getting donations, if you're getting money, if you're making a splash and trying to establish yourself as the fourth alternative against the other main browsers. I admit I only know Andres Kling from his Handmade Seattle talks and a vague familiarity of his projects, but I did not expect the OS developer to like many abstractions. Right, that is an interesting perspective, and I think that so if you're familiar with his Handmade Seattle talks, I'm guessing you're familiar with Handmade Seattle, so you're familiar with the general vibe around Handmade, and maybe what Casey what Casey likes to what's the word? Starts with a P. Man, I'm forgetting that word. Preach. What Casey likes to preach. Which honestly is not that different from what we preach in the Z community. So even though I'm phrasing it this way, it's stuff that I mostly agree with. Yeah, and so what Andreas is doing is very different. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer. Obviously, I'm firmly in the camp of simplicity, so it's really hard for me to come up with a good explanation of what exactly is it that works about Andreas' style of doing things. But I can observe the outcome, and the outcome tends to be positive. And Serenity OS is an impressive project. There are a lot of very nice things about it. You know what? Performance was never huge in Serenity. So, maybe that's going to be a very hard thing for them to get right in Ladybird, because they never had to, like, Andreas in pretty much all of the history of Serenity has never focused on performance first. Yeah, I think he has done, I remember seeing him do performance work, so he knows how to do performance work. I just never seen him, do achieve kick-ass impressive performance out of a component of Serenity OS, because that was never the point. That said, he has the browser performance is what he was working on back when he worked at Apple and was working on WebKit. So he has experience doing performance work in WebKit specifically. So I don't know. He can probably pull it off. Maybe. As for his style and the benefits, I would say that you have to like see for yourself and come to your own conclusions. As I said, I'm not in a position where I can really do a good job at explaining it. Console security can be broken through edited save files plus lack of memory safety, so it does matter for games. That statement comes with the assumption that we should give a fuck about console DRM, but but that said, fair point. I'm horribly biased towards the interests of the end user and not any monopolistic middleman. So I would actually consider that to be a perk, not a flaw, if I have to be honest. But at the same time, if your game lacks memory safety and then an edited save file allows people to jailbreak your console, I think the problem is in the console, not in the game that didn't have memory safety. It's not the developers, not only the user doesn't give a fuck, but also it's not the developer's responsibility to make sure that the console doesn't get hacked, right? In any case, considering that the browser is really a client-side virtual machine that downloads code from a remote server, it's a hard problem that has many facets. Yeah. What is the path forward for Zig to overcome its unsafe reputation to be used in more security-critical apps? There are some things that should be researched for Zig, like, for example, detecting whenever you're returning a pointer from a local frame, which is currently not implemented. But ultimately, the whole safe and unsafe dichotomy is it's a thing that has more meaning from a public relations perspective than it has from an engineering perspective. And even the fact, and again, I don't know, maybe I keep saying this thing that has a meaning for public relations, and people in chat are thinking, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, it's like public relations? What even is this? It's like this like, it's in your head, man. No, the actual fact that we're discussing properties of a programming language of Zig through the dichotomy of safe versus unsafe, the fact that we are here doing this now is an example of public relations. That's what's happening right now in chat as we speak. So, long story short, Zig is always going to be unsafe to some degree because it's designed to allow you to do anything that you can do with the machine. And there are certain things that you can do with the machine that are unsafe. if you take away the unsafe things, you take away things that you can do with the machine that would be legitimate in certain circumstances. And that's not what Zig is about. So Zig will, and already does, try to make it easier for you to do the correct and the safer thing. So for example, it is much, much harder to segfault in Zig than it is in C and C++. In C and C++, you can segfault and corrupt memory at the speed of fucking light. With Zig, it takes more effort. Not everything is super airtight. So you can return a pointer from a local variable and it will not be detected currently. But for example, reading out of bounds in Zig doesn't really happen because you use slices. In Zig, you don't do pointer arithmetic much or at all. Like the reality is that if you're doing pointer arithmetic, most probably you're interfacing with some janky ass C project. Zig pointers are much more precise than C pointers. When you get a pointer from C you get a void star pointer, or like even a pointer to something, like a char star pointer. Is that a pointer to a single character? Is that a pointer to more than one character? You don't know. The pointer type doesn't tell you. The Zig has different pointer types for every one of these things. Is that pointer supposed to be null delimited? Is that a null delimited string, or is that a string that you're supposed to know the length through a second parameter? You don't know that in C. The type system doesn't tell you at all. Zig tells you if something is null terminated. Null termination is part of the type of the pointer. So all these things make it. It's actually much easier to use a C library correctly from Zig than it is to use the C library from C. I guarantee you. Actually, it starts from building it. It's easier to build it with a Zig build script than it is to build a janky ass Markdown makefile. But then even after that, it's much easier to use a C library correctly from Zig than from C. That said, Zig is a sharp tool, and it's designed to be sharp. And every single sharp tool, when you design a sharp tool, you can obviously design it in better and worse ways. And you could design a tool that has, a knife that has a blade also in the handle. I would call this C++ if I were to design a tool like that. But if you're even a well-designed sharp tool is still sharp and needs to be used correctly. And that is part of the nature of Zig. So for certain security critical applications, Zig would always be a risky choice. And that's how it's going to be. Keep in mind, though, that it's a gradient. It's not like safe and safe. Or rather, the discussion oftentimes is about safe versus unsafe, but it never is like this. It's always a spectrum. Rust is not perfectly safe either. Rust has unsafe blocks, and you need those. And what's funny is that the memory model inside of unsafe blocks is dramatically more complicated and cheatier than the C memory model. So it's actually much harder to write correct unsafe code in Rust than it is to write correct unsafe code in C. Think about this. Actually, let me repeat everything so that people don't get confused. Writing safe Rust is much easier than writing safe C. But within a unsafe block in Rust, assuming that you need that unsafe block, it's much harder to get that one right, so not have undefined behavior inside the unsafe block, than it is to not have undefined behavior in a C program. Because there are tons of extra rules about things that you are allowed and not allowed to do inside of unsafe blocks in Rust, and the Rust compiler cannot check for those conditions statically. There's another tool called is it Miri? Maybe people in chat know. I think there's another thing called Miri that can tell you, that can find problems in your unsafe code that Rust C cannot find. But even that is not perfect. So you can write fairly easily undefined behavior in unsafe blocks in Rust than in C. And what is the consequence of this? The consequence of this is that people in the Rust community get giga scared about unsafe, and they think that writing unsafe stuff is super easy and super dangerous and nobody should do it. And they start getting this impression also of other languages, where in reality, things are not as hard. Let me catch up with comments a little bit. I work on large scale mission critical projects for 20 years, and memory safety has never been a major concern. Security comes from good engineering practices, not from language features. That's another great point from Neurosite. Yeah, ultimately, the thing that guarantees properties from a project is the process. It's not the feature of a tool. The feature of a tool can make it more or less costly to obtain the desired properties, so it has some relevance, but it's the process, not the tool features. The language features we have at the moment only solve a small portion of safety and security issues. Unfortunately, something like Rust borrow checker can help, but they also have a cost. Yeah. If people write enough high-quality software in Zig, then memory safety issue will go away. The question is, can you write high-quality bug-free software in Zig? And the only way to prove that is to write a good batch of software in Zig that is good. Yeah. Is an equivalent of Rust CVE RS now? Not exactly. You know what? Oh, let's get some Hollow Knight in here. So it's not exactly the same. How long do we have to wait for Zig to be stable? 5 years. Same answer as 5 years ago. Still 5 years. So August has a project where he shows that some information about compile time evaluation leaks that in theory shouldn't. But the problem is Zig never really... Zig doesn't care about... what's the word for it? There's a word for the consistency of a model. Soundness. Zig doesn't care about soundness in the same way that Rust does, because Zig doesn't try to promise you the same airtight properties that Rust tries to promise you. So, sure, it would be nice if none of the things that August is able to do in that repo could be done. But I think that certain things... but even, I don't know if those things are just bugs that can be solved. Like, for example, it used to be much easier to be able to observe the evaluation order of comp time code. There were plenty of ways. And then over time, a bunch of those got taken away. So I don't know if those the things used in there can all be taken away, and so that you can't observe evaluation order anymore. But even if some of those cannot be taken away, it's like fine. Would be nicer if you could not have those, but it's not the end of the world. Also, I don't know what CVE RS does, but I remember that at some point some people were able to have a memory. Man, I forget I think it was called a reinterpret cast. So some reinterpreting memory in Rust is an unsafe operation, and I believe that some people were able to achieve a reinterpret cast by accessing some file system thing. I don't remember if they were like reading memory through a file descriptor or something like this, and it's like, yeah, like, and people are saying, oh my god, we broke Rust, and like, no, you didn't break fucking Rust, man, but you just circumvented the entire system, and now you get access to things that you shouldn't get access to. But that ultimately doesn't really detract from the language at all. So I don't know how CVERS, how bad it is, like, for real. Some unsoundness things are annoying, and it should be better if you didn't have them. But ultimately, like, stressing over soundness, I don't know, it's wasted time. It's a way of wasting time that people who have a overly academic perspective on things like to focus on at the expense of actually making better software. But that's just my perspective, man. Is to be unsafe on Rust necessary? I'm new to it and I'm trying to understand at what occasions we need unsafe Rust. So Rust has to have unsafe as a language feature. Rust could not work without unsafe. It needs it. The standard library is full of unsafe blocks, and they have to be there. As a user of the standard library, you yourself normally don't have to use unsafe. But if you are using a low-level programming language, if you're going through the effort of worrying about things that you wouldn't have to worry if you were writing Python or JavaScript or Go, the whole reason why you're putting in the extra effort to use a language like Rust or Zig is because you are getting out extra mileage from the extra control that you have. It's because you have exerting your power over design decisions that would be taken away. Like you're able to make design decisions that would be taken away from you if you were using a higher level programming language. And the problem is that some of those designs cannot be expressed. Some cannot be expressed succinctly, elegantly inside of safe Rust. Some cannot be expressed, period. And when you need to reach for one of these design things, not because your program couldn't function without them, your program can always function without any of that stuff. Because any program could be written in Python as well. But when you need a specific property, when you want to have a specific fancy way of using memory, sometimes you will have to open an unsafe block. And once you do, God fucking help you. Because Rust will certainly not help you anymore at that point. There's a blog post that's kind of interesting. Unsafe Rust Zig. When Zig is safer than unsafe Rust. So this is an example of somebody being in a situation where they hopefully this is not broken. I went back in that tab by mistake. So this was somebody who was writing, I think, a virtual machine, and they wanted it to be efficient, and they tried using safe Rust, but then they wanted to use unsafe Rust, and it was a fucking mess. Then they went and used Zig, and they had a much better experience. And by virtue of making it much easier and more elegant to express what this person wanted to express in Zig, it turned out to also be faster in Zig than the corresponding Rust code. Maybe not strictly equivalent, because obviously the code wouldn't. If the code was really equivalent, it would be exactly as fast. But the corresponding code in Rust was slower. Is it possible to achieve interactivity on a page in a browser without needing JavaScript? Can Zig do something similar? No. Next question. Well, I don't know. Some limited stuff. You can have forms. You can have links. That's roughly all the interactivity that you get in a web page without JavaScript. You can have CSS animations. I wouldn't call them interactive, though. I guess the only way you can interact with a CSS animation is like mouse over, scrolling. So the best interactivity that you can get is forms. Yeah, keep in mind that you cannot use WebAssembly without JavaScript, though. The thing that loads WebAssembly is JavaScript. So you still have JavaScript. Sure, you can implement certain things in WebAssembly and have some of the logic in WebAssembly, but you still have JavaScript. Like, you disable JavaScript, WASM doesn't work. You can keep JS to a minimum, though. Sure. I understand your reasoning and it makes sense. So why people like Rust so much then? Is it because of hype, or actually is it a good choice to use comparing to C++? Rust is it's a good language. It has innovated on a ton of things compared to status quo. It has provided people with an ecosystem and a package manager that is dramatically nicer than C++, in my opinion. The problem is that there is a lot of hype, and there is a lot of I don't know, weird ideas around the thing. But at its core, it's a decent language. It's nice in so many ways. So it definitely deserves the success that it achieved. The problem is when certain people start tying their identity to a language, which is something that does happen a lot. And so some people become like defensive and angry when you're not using their thing because they think that it's amazing. There's also, in my opinion, a huge marketing problem with Rust, which is actually not just Rust. Like, this is a thing that happened to pretty much every, well, not every, I don't know, but like, so let me start with Go. Go, in the beginning, was being marketed as a systems programming language. With what I know now, with what I think most of us know by now, that's like a laughable idea. Go is not a systems programming language. Go is a competitor to Java and C#. In my opinion, a better Java or C#. But that's just me. But it doesn't compete against C. And originally, the people involved in the Go project were marketing it as a systems programming language. And people believed that. And that caused all kinds of weird misunderstandings. You can even find an interview of, I don't remember if it's an interview of him giving a talk, but that was a statement that you can read from one of the creators. I don't remember who. I don't think it was Cox. I think it was the other guy. I forget the name. But in any case, you can find this on the internet. Rust, at the same time, is being the safety aspect of it was being marketed. Rob Pike, yeah, I'm not sure, probably him though. Rust was marketed as the server bullet for low-level programming. Like, it was marketed as this. There is low-level programming that historically has been C and C++, which is full of bugs, horrible bugs. And then you have high-level programming where these bugs don't exist, but it's slow. And then comes Rust. As correct as higher-level programming, as fast as lower-level programming. Spoilers, it's neither. It still has some of the bugs of low-level programming, and it still has some of the inefficiencies of higher-level programming. Turns out that I know, mind blown, huh? That you can't have your cake and eat it too, and that, like everything in engineering, it's a trade-off. And the trade-off could be great. Rust, I think it's a great trade-off in many ways. So it's great, but it is not the silver bullet that some people believe it to be. So a lot of people got, jumped on the bandwagon of Rust being the ultimate silver bullet that solves all of programming, while it's really not. So if you want to read a couple of things that, in my opinion, are great perspectives on Rust and Zig, actually, the best way of understanding Rust and Zig is to actually sit down and write code. Writing code is the best way of learning a programming language and understanding it. But if you want to read opinions, MathCloud has a couple of very interesting blog posts. One blog post and one comment. That's what I'm going to share. So MathCloud is the creator of Rust Analyzer. So he has been involved with the Rust community. Really, for real. He has written the language server for Rust. So the guy isn't just like a random user of Rust. This guy understands Rust. Okay, for real. And he has the blog post where he compares Zig and Rust from his perspective, which in my opinion, it's a good read. And it really, in my opinion, it shows that he, you know what? Maybe I'm not in a position to really evaluate directly myself if he really understands Rust. You know, he has the pedigree for sure, but I myself don't understand Rust perfectly. I haven't written much Rust, so I don't understand it perfectly. So there are limits to how I can evaluate his understanding of Rust. But I I can evaluate his understanding of Zig. And in my opinion, he has a very good understanding of Zig. Case in point, though, he doesn't just, it's not like he's read the Zig website and then come up with ideas, but now he works for Tiger Beetle. So he writes Zig code at his day job every day in a very serious project. And they are making a financial database. So talking about, like, you know, safe and safe, risky and risky, Tiger Beetle is a financial database that uses Zig as the programming language. So if they have a bug, it's not like they steal your credit card info. They literally steal your money. It's not like, oh, they have credit card info and now they can make purchases. No. They can start changing the numbers in your bank account. So so this is what they do at Tiger Beetle. And you can also find stuff on YouTube, on their blog posts. Like Tiger Beetle has a bunch of stuff about why they use Zig, how they use Zig, what it is that they do. The other thing from MatCloud, which I find interesting, was about was an exchange that we had on Lobsters for this blog post. So there's a blog post titled "How I Have Fun with Rust." I wrote my comment on it, and MatCloud replied. I'm not going to read this on chat. You can go, if you're interested, you can go find this stuff yourself. I did not want to do this. I just wanted to copy a normal link. Thank you. So go here and enjoy if you want. So I feel like that a lot of Rust marketing has been off the mark. They're not the only ones. It's not easy to get marketing right, to be fair. I guess I'm one of the people in charge of marketing in Zig, whatever that means in our case. You know what? I'll say some of the marketing, a good chunk of it, not all. Because, like, for example, release notes are, in a sense, marketing, and those are all Andrew. But I've written a bunch of other stuff, and I try to present Zig to the world. And I can tell you that it's not easy to get marketing right. And when I say marketing, again, marketing is another of those words where people say, oh, what is this thing? It's not real. It's all in your mind, bro. No, like a README is marketing. The idea is that everything that presents you something through some compressed description of it is marketing. Trying to highlight what is nice and interesting about the thing that you're observing. So some of it's like, it's a box of cereal. It's, I don't know, it being colorful and interesting to look at. Another aspect of it would be making you want the cereal, making you think that eating cereal would satisfy you. So the cereal should look nice on the box, right? There would be, I don't know, maybe you want, I don't know, something colorful. What do you guys have in the United States? Captain Crunch or something. I don't know. Like, you want something colorful that shows you the freaking thing. And then you also maybe want a nice image that shows the milk splashing into the cereal. And you don't want to see the soggy cereal. Soggy cereal is the reality of eating cereal, but you don't want that on the box. The box should present you with the best thing. Of course, some of it, when there is a discrepancy between how something is presented and reality, that's the bad part of marketing. But the majority of marketing is actually not about that. It's about correctly describing reality. So the Zig website, what we chose to put here, we had to prioritize. We didn't have an endless amount of space. So we had to choose what people should be able to see first, etc. So getting marketing right is complicated. I know, believe me. But at the same time, I think that in the Zig project, we've done a great job with marketing, because pretty much all the marketing that you see about Zig, all the things that we have written, because sometimes people out there write random stuff that makes no sense. But the things that we have written has always been extremely on point. We have never presented Zig as something that is not. Whenever somebody asks, oh, is Zig going to be safe? We don't lie. We're not weirdly optimistic about safety. We have our opinions, which, are not guaranteed to be correct. So we do think that Zig is a viable alternative to produce correct software. We don't have empirical research to, ultimately allow us to state this as a fact. But at the same time, we're not telling you, oh yeah, of course, Zig is going to be, when it reaches 1.0, is going to be perfectly memory safe. We never say this shit. So with Zig, if you read all the stuff and you have, I guess, the correct knowledge, because you certain things to understand exactly what we're saying, you need to have some low-level programming experience. Not all of it, but some stuff is a little bit advanced. What you get from the thing is exactly what's on the team. Like the way we describe it is exactly the way it is. My favorite part of the main page is the community is decentralized. Yeah, the community is definitely decentralized. So find a good one, because there are a bunch of different ones. They're all different, and some you will like more, some you will like less. If I had to make a recommendation, avoid Reddit. There's a Reddit Zig community that we wanted to shut down, but we couldn't shut it down because the Reddit admins, the moment we tried to shut it down, the Reddit admins took it away from us and gave it to a random guy. That was like a complete disaster. And right now, the Reddit community is a wasteland. Don't go there. There's nothing good for you there. You like forums? Go to Zigit. Go to zigit.dev. It's a great community. It's probably one of the best ones. It's definitely in my... It's in my top 5 list. It's really, really good, and it's in my top 5 list. I do appreciate that Zig seems to be run by developers for developers. Yeah, it's a non-profit organization. It's very small. We live off of donations. We don't have money to pay, random people to do, I don't know, marketing, but marketing in the bad sense of the word, like, I don't know, spam emails or some shit. I don't know. We don't even have the money. So yeah, Andrew is the creator of Zig. He's the president of the board of directors, and chair of the board of directors, president of the nonprofit foundation. My title is VP of community, but that's because people, whenever we're exchanging emails with companies, people like to see VP of community in the signature. So, or rather, they like to see VP in the signature, so that they feel like they don't need to escalate whenever they want something. But that's pretty much where it ends. So yeah, Zig is as, I don't know, grassroots as it gets. Large your Zig experience, yeah. So yeah, despite being a project led by a BDFL, it is quite decentralized both in license and in the community. Yep, the only thing centralized is the repository for convenience. Well, it's centralized not only for convenience, but it's also centralized because that's where the BDFL thing kicks in, right? It's the decision making over the design is centralized. It's not only it is centralized, although to be clear, it's not like Andrew is the only person who has an influence on the design. He's not like the evil mastermind at the top of his hill tower, laughing evilly as he pushes buttons. But he is ultimately the person who is in charge of coming up with a coherent design. Yeah, everything else is decentralized, and I think it's good this way. So I think it's that. This is pretty much it for me. Let me see if there's anybody who we might want to raid. There was somebody streaming Zig earlier. Are they still live? No, the stream has ended. 7-hour long stream. That's a nice stream. Man, I've been live for almost 7 hours. Ooh. I'm trying to see who to raid, but I don't see a ton of low-level programming happening. What's the name of a person that writes Zig? The answer is Ziguana. The mascots of Zig are iguanas. So the name is Ziguana. Although, okay. Although keep in mind that we don't really overuse those terms much. Thinking yourself as too much of a Ziguana or a Rustacean tends to feed into tribalistic ideas. So, using the term is not inherently bad. Oh no, you said the bad word. You shouldn't have. No, but be careful. It's terms that we tend to not overuse. The collecting noun for a group of iguanas is a mess. Oh no. Man, nobody in the Z community is streaming. That's so disappointing. That is so disappointing. But you know what? Maybe I'll just be lazy and not raid. Nobody's gonna know, right? You know what? You guys are free. You're free from the curse of having to watch stream after stream after stream. Now I'm gonna stop the stream. And you are going to be in charge of your destiny. You can decide what to do. Now you can even turn off Twitch. Finally, your rest has come. I'll see you next time.